And what is happening in San Diego? A very pleasant Monday afternoon to you. Welcome into Gwynn and Chris Monday edition, kicking off another week here on San Diego's number one sports talk station, 97.3 The Fan. Trying to download the YouTube video because I know people are tuned in on YouTube. If you don't watch the show, go to YouTube and search 97.3 The Fan. You can watch us. There we are. Or there I am.
You're trying to download the YouTube.
Well, not download, but click on it and get it to work.
Okay.
The computer was going a little slower than usual. So we got a full 4 hours with you today, and part of the show is going to be more fun than usual. I'm surrounded by San Diego State football players here in studio. We'll introduce these guys in a little bit, but Greg Camarillo, our friend from the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah.
You know, never mind the Stanford and all the rest of that crap. Miami Dolphins wide receiver, Greg Camarillo, a good friend of the show. There you go. He brought in three of the students and football players from San Diego State. He's their academic advisor. These guys want to get into sports talk radio, Scraby.
Yes,
so
they do.
It is my plan to do a little cold open here. You know, welcome everybody to the show. And then I'm going to leave at about 2:15, turn the show over to you guys. So, you know, hope you have something to say.
Don't do that, and then they do fine, and then they fire us, Chris.
Yeah, so hope you guys all have something to say. But we'll introduce these guys to you in a little bit. San Diego State football season is not too far away. It's July 8th. When's the opening game? September? August. That's right. They start in August this year. So less than 2 months away from Aztec football. Padres. How'd they do while we were gone, Scraby?
Not good.
Well, I don't know. Look, Friday night was another unbelievable game. So let's start with that. How many unbelievable games are they going to win this year? I mean, I really think that they have a bit of a magic this year. I mean, I understand the last two games they got beat. I practically expected, almost was disappointed and, you know, let down that Kyle Higashioka just did not hit a walk-off grand slam with 2 outs in the bottom of the 10th Saturday night. Because that's the way the season's been going.
Yes, yeah.
They were down, 7-4 in the game Saturday night. Arizona had scored 3 times in the top of the 10th. And the Padres got single, double, ended up loading the bases with 2 out. And here comes Higashioka. And I'm like, well, this is perfect. He's going to hit a grand slam. This is what the Padres have been doing all year long. But to prove that it's not that easy to do as often as they've been doing it, he flied out. And so they lost that game. Yesterday's game's a throwaway. You're going to get blown out like that once in a while.
But I can't say it's a throwaway because it was a close game until the 7th inning. This wasn't the Miami Marlins of weeks ago. They were in this game. Dylan Cease, I think Mike Schilt had to leave him in because Dylan Cease is better than what the bullpen's going to give him as of right now.
Why would you be willing? Why would you want to take? I saw your tweet on that. Why would you want to take Dylan Cease out in a 1-1 game? Because you knew he was going to give up a 2-run homer there?
No. But I've seen Mike Schilt take out guys for way less before.
Yeah, but not
Guy
there.
walks.
Not there.
Late in the game, he walks someone, and then
not
you're going
to. Not there.
Not there, everybody. Not there.
Bullpen has been poor. Even Suarez got touched up the other night. But Profar and Manny Machado saved that on Friday night. It was a disappointing 2 games, which kind of put a little bit of cast a little pall over the recent excitement and success of the Padres. And I don't think it throws it all away. This team has been, overall been playing. You know what's funny? I was going to say that they've been playing well. I think they've kind of been playing the way they've been playing pretty much all season. It's just that they've had this magical run of wins. How many walk-off wins have they had in the last 2 weeks? 5? They had the back-to-back walk-off home run games.
Yep.
They had another walk-off home run game against the A's with Cronenworth. They had Profar's miracle bases clearing double to beat the Nationals.
Jackson Merrill's walk-off against the A's, too.
Right. Well, Merrill's and Higashioka's were the first 2. Those were the first 2 I referred to. Then Cronenworth, then the walk-off by Profar that started the craziness with the Nationals. And then, Friday night with Manny. So that's 5 walk-off wins in about 2.5 weeks. So to me, they're playing similar to what they've been doing all year. But when you have that kind of a magic run, the wins start to pile up a little bit. And all of a sudden, you're looking okay. You got the 49 and 43. I said it a couple of weeks ago. They've been at 500 25 times this year. I'm hoping there's not a 26. And, hopefully they can stay above 500. They've got 5 games left before the All-Star break. At the very minimum, right? You win 1, you're going to be above 500 at the All-Star break. But obviously you want to win a few more than that. They're off today. They'll play Seattle tomorrow and Wednesday. And then it is the Braves that come in here for the weekend before you get to the All-Star break. And speaking of the All-Stars, how are we not 20 games over 500?
That's what I'm saying.
Since we have a team of All-Stars.
You got 5 Padres on the team, and they're 4 games over 500.
Yes, the only 2 teams that have more are the Dodgers and the Phillies, and they're both way over 500.
Yeah.
But, look, I think the guys got on the All-Star team we expected, except for Jackson Merrill. I didn't expect necessarily that he would make it. I'm really excited that he got selected. I'm stunned to find out he's the first Padre rookie ever to be on the All-Stars.
Really? I didn't know that either.
Benito Santiago's rookie season was magical in 1987. He must have just not had a great first half or whatever the situation was, because I guess Benito didn't make it in 87. But, yeah, he's the first rookie ever to be named to the All-Star team. He's the first Padre draft choice since Jake Peavy in 2007. I don't know if that's necessarily a record of greatness, but it's a sign of something. He's the first homegrown Padre to make it since Everett Cabrera, and that was 11 years ago.
Wow,
Cabrera was a homegrown guy. I don't remember exactly how he started out, but the Padres, what they do pretty well is develop guys who make all-star teams elsewhere. And I believe there are 7 former Padres in the All-Star game this year.
Is that right?
Yeah. So 7 or 8. And I don't have the list of All-Stars in front of me, but my Seth Lugo and on Soto is obviously on that list. But there are many, C.J. Abrams, a lot of former Padres have made the All-Star team as well. But this team has 5. And this is just, to me, it is just perfect in sync with how this season has been, because of the 5 guys who made the All-Star team, no way any of you predicted 4 of the 5.
No.
Fernando, everybody assumed would make the All-Star team.
The whole outfield.
He's not going to be in the game, obviously, because he's hurt. But the other 4 guys who are all going to compete, Arise you couldn't have said before the season because he wasn't on the team. Merrill, Profar, and Suarez. Told you that all 3 of those guys would have all-star first half. We would have signed up for that in a heartbeat. And, so let's see where it goes from there. Now, that's the good news. The bad news is whatever's happening with you, Darvish. And I think when they tell me that it's a personal situation, first of all, I get a little concerned.
Yeah,
me
too.
Me too. It's got to be something
big.
Unfortunately, very big in his life.
Yes.
For you, Darvish, a professional of his stature, to walk away from baseball, perhaps for the rest of the season, and to not get paid at all.
Yep.
I'm hoping it's not something with his family. But
me too.
I don't know how else you can, I'm not going to guess.
No.
But, that certainly comes to my mind. And I just hope it's not something horrible. I know there's people like, come on, where's Darvish? Whatever. Look, if you've got a really serious, scary situation in your personal life, you got to get that taken care of. And that's it. I can't really go any further in that. I wish he was here. I wish Darvish was coming back. Padres have to kind of make plans now to make do without Darvish the rest of the way. Musgrove, at least there was a report that he could come back in August. August isn't too far off. But it seems to me that if the Padres want to stay where they are, because, look, there's too many teams chasing them. I realize that right now the wild card looks good. Padres are, looking very good for the
Look great
wild
in
card.
2021 too, Chris.
Yeah. But Diamondbacks are 2 back. Mets are 2.5. Giants are 3.5. Pirates 4. Reds, Nats 5. Cubs even 5.5. Not all of those teams are going to catch the Padres, but I'm guaranteeing you that at least 2 or 3 of them are going to make a run. You know it. 2 or 3 of those teams are going to get hot in the second half and make a run. They're going to make a big trade somewhere. They're going to get somebody back off an injured list. So the Padres are going to have to stay above, stay afloat, stay above water. And I said this even when they were playing well. It is difficult to stay above water when so many star players are out. Now, Bogarts sounds like he's getting closer.
Yep.
Musgrove maybe. Darvish kind of doubting it. Fernando, I don't know. I mean, how long for Fernando? So the Padres are going to either need to make I don't want to say they got to make a bunch of moves. They got to make the right move.
Chris, I could tell you how many. You know what my inbox was full of this weekend?
No.
Where's Trevor Bauer?
Oh, brother.
I keep getting questions about Trevor Bauer, and I understand the questions. The problem is, it seems like baseball does not want anything to do with him. So I can't allow myself to go that way.
The Padres don't want anything to do with him, so end of story.
I'm saying baseball doesn't want anything to do with him.
But I don't really care what the Tigers want to do. If the Padres don't want anything to do with him and they don't, then stop it. We're not bringing Trevor Bauer in.
He's also playing against. I'm stealing this take. So he's also playing against guys that can't even make the minor league system in the United States. So why, when he strikes out 19 guys or whatever it was, it's a bunch of guys who aren't even good enough for the minor leagues here. So it's all smoke and mirrors in that regard.
It's the same old thing every single time we get to the trade deadline. Everybody thinks that everybody you acquire at the trade line is going to come to your team and be at their greatest.
Joey Gallo, remember those days, Chris?
They don't all work out. Some of them do. Most of them don't. The Padres don't need to make a bunch of moves. They've got a very, very good mix. The chemistry is right.
Yeah.
The magic is there. They're coming up with these remarkable wins, a bunch of them. Stay the course with that. Try to add something and make it be the right move. And I think they'll be okay heading into the second half of the season. All right, we are underway for a Monday. As I said, these Aztec football guys, I'm feeling good about this. The red and black getting their season going, less than 2 months. We're going to bring these guys on a little bit, talk with them, talk a little bit about some of their dreams. I am a little worried for you guys, just in general, because you've picked our show to try to help springboard you to wherever it is you want to go.
Yes.
That could be, a questionable move on your part. No, we really appreciate that you're here. We'll talk about what's going on with the team and, all of the summer camps and everything as you guys get ready for the season. But we're looking forward to having you on. Matt Snyder will be on the show a little bit later on. Got a daily Gambit. Christopher at the Fans, Big Five, all the regular stuff. Gwynn and Chris, happy Monday. Welcome to it on 97.3 The Fan.
Attention.
All right, welcome back. 2:20 is the time. I didn't mention that after everything he's been going through, traveling the world, Tony Gwynn Jr. is idle today. So we forge on without our great leader, Mr. Gwynn.
I needed him here today, man.
Did you need him?
Yeah.
Why is that?
The dogs kept me up all night.
So you're a little tired.
So I look a little gremlin-y.
Well, he wasn't going to push any buttons for you. You still got
no, but he was going to
that.
provide fantastic feedback. Now I have to provide
Now you have to try to provide.
feedback.
You better try to provide.
Hey, by the way, I got a couple people signing off with me on removing Dylan Cease from the game in the 7th.
Okay, that's fine. Good
He had
for you.
didn't he have over 100 pitches?
Let me just tell you something. Removing Dylan Cease in the 7th would have been a great move. He gave up a home run. Should have seen it coming. I mean, any good manager would know that.
I also am a bad Padres fan because I went to bed early on Friday night. I went to bed after the 8th inning when the Padres were up 7-2.
A lot of people did.
Thinking the game was in hand.
Yeah.
Wake up to a bunch of texts like, Manny. I'm like, what happened? What happened? And then I see the score was 10-8. I'm thinking, what in the world?
Yeah,
6
baseball.
runs?
That's baseball.
Six runs in the top of the 9th?
See, I'm gonna say this, then I'm gonna duck because I got football players in here. But if you got 21-0 and 4 minutes to go in football, you can go to bed because the clock's gonna run out.
Yeah.
Baseball, well, maybe 28-0 in this day and age, the way these teams score. But in baseball, clock never runs out, man. A lot of crazy stuff can happen in the 9th inning. What? Thomas hits a grand slam on the first pitch. Get him back in the game.
I still don't even know what happened except for Jurickson Profar hit a tying home run.
Well, first
Manny
Arizona
hit a
loaded the
walk-off.
bases against De La Cruz, right? And then they had to bring Suarez in for the easy save. 2 outs and a 5-run lead. I mean, that's the easiest save you can get.
Yeah.
And it's Suarez. So that's when you really think you can go to bed. And Alek Thomas hits the first pitch for a grand slam. Guy's been on the injured list since like April 3rd. Next guy got on, or whatever, and then with 2 outs, Grichuk came up, hit a 2-run homer off the Western Metal Supply building.
He kills the Padres.
And, the thing to me is Suarez has avoided this happening all year. And it's, really quite amazing. That's why he's on the All-Star team, because nobody's done that to him all year. But it happened Friday night. But you know what? The Padres had their magic guy in reserve waiting to come up in the bottom of the 9th, and that's Profar. I know Manny won the game, but Profar, he's always up when it matters most, and he pretty much always delivers. It's really incredible. I know it's too much to suggest him for MVP. You've got the Phillies running away. You've got the Dodgers. You've got all these guys with big, big numbers out there. And Ohtani is, nobody can top that guy. I get it. But Profar is having an MVP type of season. I'm not saying he should be the MVP, but he's doing what MVPs do. And that's win games, hit home runs that matter, make plays that matter. And he's been in the middle of everything that's mattered all season.
All season.
While you're at it over there, see if you can find Don Orsillo's Manny Machado home run call. Have you heard that?
Yes, that was how I found out what happened.
See if you can dig that up for anybody who didn't hear it. It was Jesse's always good. Don, every now and again, goes above and beyond, though.
We know you have a huge crush on Don. You also rode the elevator with him last week.
2 weeks ago.
2 weeks. Okay, sorry, I got that confused.
If I'm going to name drop, get it right.
Fair enough.
No, his call on the Manny Machado home run was into a sea of San Diegans.
Yeah.
Ah, man, it was sweet. Do you have it, or do I need
to
stumble
yes,
it
you need
along
to
a little
stumble
more?
Because yes.
All right, Padres play the Mariners tomorrow. Vasquez, King on Wednesday. And then they get Thursday off, too.
They do.
So it's a 2-day off week for the Padres. Did you put this down here?
What?
This looks like me writing this.
What?
The Padres have hit 226. Oh, they hit 226 against lefties.
Yes.
For the first 77 games. Last 16 games, they're hitting 310.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Where have I been with that since I was
know.
the one pointing out how bad they were against lefties for the longest time?
Because you're focused on the negative. You're not focused on the positive.
You know what? You got me. You got me. I focus only on negative stuff.
All right, you ready?
All right, here's Manny's home run on Friday night. It's called by Roku television announcer Don Orsillo.
In the air to deep left field. That ball is back, and it's headed into a sea of San Diegans. Manny Machado walks it off.
That's it. It couldn't be any better than that. I could let it play out. He didn't talk again, and nor should he have. That was a good call by Don Orsillo Friday night. Brought some chills. I got to tell you, got a chill or two on that one.
I've been saying for years and years and years, like there's something about a big athletic play in the crowd that makes me like freak out.
Let the crowd.
The next morning, I watched that clip and I was ready to go run through a wall.
You can watch it 3 or 4, 5, 10 times.
Our boss on the chat, Chris, Adam, would like to know if you were able to find yesterday's game on Roku.
Ha ha ha.
I had trouble finding it. I'm not going to lie.
I was at my wife's mother's house.
Okay.
And she and I and her husband, Franz, our guy Franz.
Yeah, I know him.
The three of us went to work on that at about 11 a.m. yesterday.
Oh, that's a scene.
And I think the game started at 11:45. We barely got the opening pitch. But, yes, we did find it on the Roku television network.
Very strange,
but not easy and annoying to me. And
me too.
The fact that none of the rest of us can really watch this game unless you've got Roku, which we just so happen to have.
I stumbled upon MLB.com. It was the free game of the day, so I was able to watch it on the website.
Oh, on MLB.com.
But still, I wanted to watch it on the TV that I was looking at.
I know these sports are never going to listen to me, but NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, stop streaming your games. Thank you.
It was very weird
for
to
us
see
older people who can't find them.
And younger people like me who's pretty good with technology couldn't
Even
find
younger
myself.
people like you can't find them. That should tell you all you need to know.
It's very weird to hear Don Orsillo be neutral about the Padres and get excited about the other teams. Very strange.
He had no choice but to do that yesterday, and that I'm sure was a little difficult for him.
I also don't... I know what they were trying to do with their broadcast. They were trying to do a lot of interviews. They were trying to be really interactive. I just thought it was way too many interviews.
I didn't.
It was managers every other inning,
I
players.
didn't pay that close of attention to it, but I wish they would just stop. Roku, Amazon Prime, Apple TV, you name it. I don't want your games on there. Don't want your games on there.
Get used to it.
Baseball. I know. I'm trying to. Baseball is a lot of things, but it is not boring. Join Rob Bradford. He has a podcast. It's called Baseball Isn't Boring. Every day, Rob takes you through the league and spotlights what makes the game fun. He talks with players, managers, GMs, reporters, all who shine a light on America's pastime. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. All right, let's take a break. We'll take a little break. I'll be on time for a change. And then
it's just because the San Diego State football players are in here.
Yeah,
I've been telling them about being late all day.
Next segment will be all Aztec football and some guys from the team. Looking forward to have them on. Scraby will introduce them. They'll introduce themselves. I'm going to go home, and they're going to take us the rest of the way on 97.3 The Fan. All right, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. No Gwynn today, Chris. And Mr. Scraby in the Odyssey Palace Studios. Padres are idle today. That means a full 4 hours hanging out with you, followed by the Scraby Chronicles at 6 o'clock tonight. Matt Scraby will take over for an hour and give you a brand of sports talk radio that you can't get anywhere else. You just can't get it anywhere else.
Why do you always make it sound like it's like a terrible show and you have to hear it because it's a train
You can't
wreck?
get it anywhere else. This is great. This is positive promotion for your show.
Thank you.
All right. Padres, as I said, are idle today. San Diego State football, though. I mean, if you put among the things on my list that I love, San Diego State sports is at the top. Aztec for life here. And really excited. Our friend Greg Camarillo brought in 3 players on the Aztec football team. And they're all kind of want to get into radio. And so they're kind of watching the show today. And I didn't let them get away with just watching. I'm going to put them to work. They have to come on and chit-chat a little bit about this team. But I'm going to let Greg, first of all, how are you, Greg Camarillo? Always great to see you. Matt never turns on anybody's mic. That's not your fault.
Boom, I pressed on. Are we good?
You are good.
All
you
right.
Sound good.
Well, thank you for allowing us to be here with you today to get to watch the show, talk a little Aztecs football, and it's good to be back in the studio with you.
Yes, and you are academic advisor for these particular, I'm sure, other guys.
Yeah,
but these are guys that told you or you found out that kind of want to get involved in radio. So you brought, I'm sure it was your thought to maybe come in here, call Scraby, and say, hey, maybe we can do something.
Yeah, and it was taking the ball rolling from the football guys. Guys saying, hey, I'm interested in exploring careers, which is amazing. So, a lot of college students, one, just focus on their sport. The good ones focus on their school and their sport, and the excellent ones, like these young men right here, focus on their school, their sport, and then trying to figure out what's next after that. And so part of the Aztecs Going Pro program is preparing students for life after school and life after sport, because they're more than just athletes, they're more than just students.
Right.
And these guys are interested in broadcasting. So thanks to Scraby, we got a tour of the studio. We learned about what it is to be a radio personality, all the work that goes on behind it. And then get to be here in the studio with you and watch you guys do what you do.
Al, we appreciate you coming in. Normally, I don't like when people get to see what we do because they actually see just how easy it all is. We just come in, I show up 20 minutes before the show, worked really hard talking to Scraby, and then we put a show out. I don't know how it works every day, but somehow we get through it. All right, introduce our guests, Greg.
All right, so on the far right over there, we've got a new transfer. Dalesean Staley came to us. He's going to be playing safety. That's the beautiful thing about the transfer portal is you can bring in new talent every year. So very excited to see Dalesean roam around in that defensive backfield, along with Jelani Whitmore, one of our other guests here today, who is a cornerback. And then on the offensive side, we've got Kyle Crum, one of our quarterbacks, with one of the cooler names. He has number 9, so he goes by K9.
K9.
And that's who we have here in the studio today.
We have K9 and Dale 9.
We do.
Dalesean Staley also wears number 9 on defense. So we got 2 number 9s, and we got a number 16, Jelani Whitmore. Again, thanks for coming in. Start with you, Dalesean, from northern Iowa, and originally from Kansas City. So what caught your eye about San Diego and San Diego State? Because the transfer portal is an exciting thing for you guys to be able to go in there and pick a place. But how'd you pick this one?
I mean, the process was all overwhelming. Just the amount of schools that was coming out to reach to me. But I say for me, it was just the connections that I had connected with Coach CJ and Coach McGorris. They was recruiting me while I was at the University of Northern Iowa, and I just had a good connection with them. They knew who my old coach was at University of Northern Iowa as well, so it was just like an easy fit in. And then plus the views of San Diego, you don't get to see this around the Midwest, so to come out to the West Coast and just see the different living out here, and it's for sure it's different than Kansas City in the Midwest.
Yes, guess what? It'll happen in like November and stuff when it's still sunny, just like this, and you'll be able to call all your buddies and everybody back home and say, "Ha!
I'm just chilling on the beach right now."
How's the rain treating you back there?
Yeah.
All right, that's Dalesean Staley, safety from Kansas City as a junior. Next up is Jelani Whitmore, cornerback, a senior from Rialto. And he said cornerback, and I said, I'm impressed. Because I think that's the hardest position, not in football. I think it's the hardest position in sports. I do. And what made you want to be a cornerback, Jelani? How did that work out?
Initially, I was playing receiver, and then there's just so many receivers out there, so I just figured if I could run routes, I could guard them too.
Yeah, you knew you have a pretty good idea what they like to do. Now, I've heard in the past, Greg, being a receiver, may back me up, unfortunately, on this, but there are wide receivers and then there are cornerbacks. They both run routes, but wide receivers always catch the ball. Guys that are cornerbacks become cornerbacks because they don't always catch the ball. I'm not saying that about Jelani. I'm just bringing this up, Greg. What
Chris,
do you think?
I'm glad you said that, so I didn't have to be the bad guy, man. You know, it takes it obviously takes more talent to be a cornerback. You're running backwards and have to guard a guy going forwards. But most people play both positions at some point.
Yeah.
And then when that ball hits the chest and the ground too many times, they start running backwards.
They start telling you to be a cornerback. I'm only giving you a hard time because I do. I really think cornerback's the hardest position. What's the key to being a good cornerback? What would you say when you're trying to guard any wide receiver? What's the first thing on your mind when that ball is snapped and you know it's a pass play?
Just playing your techniques and then just keeping your discipline. You just have to know whatever coverage you're in and just trying to keep your leverage so that you're able to just guard them and prevent them from going certain places.
I don't know how you guys do it. I've heard before that we had I don't know if you know this name, Mike Haynes. You're a cornerback, so you should learn this name. He's a Hall of Fame.
He's from the 70s, I think.
He is from the 70s and the 80s, but he's in the Hall of Fame.
And he's a very nice man because I've met him a few times.
Yes, he's in the Hall of Fame. Have you heard of him, Greg, at all?
I have. Yeah.
He's in the Hall of Fame because he was probably the best cover cornerback ever. Or in the photo with the top, like Deion Sanders, Darrell Revis, maybe Lester Hayes. But anyway, Mike Haynes was one of those guys. And he told us, because I asked him, I said, what do you look at? Because you can't look at a guy's head. You'll get confused. He said he stares at their torso to get an idea what direction they want to go. Does that sound good?
Yeah. A lot of coaches tell us to key their hip.
Hip, okay.
The hip's not going to go anywhere. If you look at their shoulders or their head, it'll go opposite of where they're going.
Right.
So just keying their hip is important.
Key on their hip. That's what Mike Haynes said, to be honest with you. Well,
I think it was Shakira, right?
Yes.
Hips don't lie.
Hips don't lie.
Hips don't lie.
Great
Mike
football
Haynes.
coach.
Yeah, we got to get you hooked up with Mike Haynes because that guy, he was incredible. All right, next up, Kyle Crum, quarterback, Norco, California, sophomore. Kyle, thanks so much. And tell us your story, how you got to San Diego State. Because the quarterback, all the recruiting of quarterbacks, a big deal out there.
Yeah, so I kind of got lucky. My senior year, we played against Chris Johnson's team, who's a cornerback on our team now.
Okay.
Played at Roosevelt High School. And so he was already committed, and I had a good game against them, so their coach kind of got me in contact with them. And then through that relationship, I took, I think, one visit a week later and committed the next day. So it all happened kind of fast, but San Diego State had everything I wanted in the college, close to home, and you can't beat the location, so it happened pretty quick.
Yes, and we've heard from the new coach of the Aztec, Sean Lewis, that he plans on handing off a lot this year and running kind of a boring 3 yards in a cloud of dust offense. So you obviously like just handing off and, that's it for you.
Nah, man, we're going to light up the scoreboard this year.
All right.
Put some points up there for the people,
That's
man.
what I wanted to hear, for sure. All right, so this is great. First of all, thanks for coming in, all three of you. But I want to get just one quick thing from each of you on what interests you in the radio world and maybe some of your quick thoughts about just what you've seen so far today. Dale, Sean, first up.
I say just keeping your same personality. You don't have to change it. You could keep your same personality while still being business and being professional. So that was just something that I saw out here today. You guys were just being yourselves, and you guys are still being yourselves now. You're just keeping it professional. So
there you
that's
go.
Something that I learned out here.
Now, do you talk a lot out there on the field? I mean, you're a safety.
We've already actually talked about this. I asked them, what do you guys say on the field when you trash talk?
Yeah,
Is there a little of that happening out
there'll
there?
be trash talk going on, but I don't start it until they start saying something to me.
Okay.
They're
You're not
like
gonna
me,
start-
Chris, a little bit. They won't say anything until they're provoked. But
He's
once
like-
they provoke you, then it's over.
He's like Mike Schilt. He's not going to start it,
Yes,
but he's going to
yes.
finish it.
Yeah.
Now, Jelani, Matt told me that you're more interested in kind of a behind-the-scenes type thing in radio. What do you think of all the buttons and everything that he's got going on in front of his desk over there? Because he won't even allow me over there because I would take us off the air in 2 minutes.
I think all the buttons are cool. It's obviously a lot to just learn, but I feel like once you learn it, you're going to be able to adapt, and then it'll just be a fun job.
Yeah. Well,
You definitely have to learn it on the fly, though. I recommend everybody just get thrown on the board and see what happens because that's the only way you learn.
yeah. Sometimes you act like that was what happened yesterday.
Oh, I
The way
opened
you-
it up.
the way you do that.
I told him the story about when Ted said game 142 here in Petco Park, game 1 back in studio for Matt Scravey. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that wasn't nice, Ted. All right,
It was
Kyle,
hilarious.
how about your future as a
Yeah.
radio guy? You sound like you got a very good personality, so I think you're off to a good start.
Thank you. Yeah, I feel like my favorite thing to do when I'm sitting around my friends is just tell stories and talk ball. So
Right.
to make a career out of that would be awesome. I started my podcast called the Playmakers Podcast, where I interview guys on the team and then other sports teams at San Diego State too. Just telling stories about their journey and some funny behind-the-scenes stuff that fans probably wouldn't know otherwise. So had a great time with that, and then Greg's been helping me, obviously, trying to go further with it.
That's a great idea. The Playmakers podcast for Aztec fans, especially, I would think, be something that they would enjoy. So, if you are a fan of Aztec football, look that stuff up. How has playing for Sean Lewis been so far, Dalesean? How's get us caught up? I mean, spring camp.
We know nothing about it.
Yeah, where are you guys at right now?
I say right now we're in our second session of the summer.
Okay.
Love the coach. Love Coach Lewis. He's such a high energy and he's so truthful. We always bleed on staying truthful and honest to one another, and that's all that he has been doing to us. And he's just high energy. I love his energy. Make sure that he wants to have a winning environment, but it doesn't happen unless the team. So he pours that into us, and we have to take that in to make it an environment that we need to be able to be successful. But super cool coach. I love him. I'm glad I got here.
Good. And how about some of the defensive coaches, Jelani, or your position coaches at cornerback? Talk a little bit about what they're working with you guys on.
Yeah, they're great coaches. We're just learning everything because we got new coaches, so
Right.
just slowly learning everything. But just after spring ball, we were able to make big leaps and just take big steps in the scheme and everything.
And Kyle, I'm sure you're working pretty closely with Coach Lewis offensively. You said you're going to light up the scoreboard. Take us through where things are offensively right now, because 2 months away, right? Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, so our quarterback coach, Coach Matt Johnson, actually played for Coach Lewis when they're at Bowling Green together.
Okay.
So Coach Lewis in most of our meetings and stuff, and it's cool because they see eye to eye on a lot of things. So he knows what it's like actually being in the pocket and seeing things develop, not just watching the routes as lines on a chalkboard. So both of them give us some pretty good insight into how to run the offense.
Now, you're here, and I want to focus on you guys, but I know people out there want to know what's going on at the quarterback position, because the fan, that's what they gravitate to. We heard a bunch of names and recruits and stuff. To me, recruits are whatever they are. I still got to see you out on the field and what you're doing. Tell me where kind of things stand with you guys at the quarterback position right now.
Yeah, so obviously Moose Maiden graduated last year, so
Yeah.
spots open. There's currently 5 of us all competing for the job. We had 4 in spring, added another walk-on now. So I think through fall camp, it's just going to be open competition, and then whoever comes out on top will get named the starter.
And what's your strengths, Kyle?
Strengths. I feel like I could see the defense well and process a lot of information. And then I got some ability to extend the play and not take sacks inside the pocket.
Yeah. Who's your favorite? Who do you like in the NFL?
Andrew Luck was my guy growing up.
Stanford.
Stanford guy,
There we go.
right.
Yeah. You just gotta vote from Camarillo over here.
Yeah, but now I like watching Rodgers, Burrow. Mahomes is obviously fun to watch, but all those guys, yeah.
All of them. Yeah. All right. So we got Kyle Crum, quarterback. We got Jelani Whitmore, cornerback. And Dalesean Staley, the safety. Now, take us through. They used to call it the red and black game, the offense defense thing. You had that game, right? How did that go, Dalesean? Defense dominate, keep the offense from no first downs.
Nah,
Not quite.
It was not like that.
I always wonder about those games because you got your own offense against your own defense. Everybody wants to see a whole bunch of points and a bunch of touchdowns and a bunch of this. I imagine you don't want to see a whole bunch of this, Dalesean, right? While that's going on.
Yeah, I say that the game, it was a slow start for the defense. Offense was got out there from the jump. They was doing what they was doing. Sooner or later, the defense, we got calm, collected, came together, and we just started working together. And defense made some plays out there too. So
yeah,
it was. I feel like it was a even matchup.
Good. And Jelani, as a cornerback, one of the reasons I think it's the most difficult positions in sports is because of everything we already talked about. You got to cover a guy and going backwards, and you don't know where he's going. But cornerbacks also have to come up and take on offensive linemen on sweeps and make tackles. Tell me about that part of the game for you. Enjoy? Don't tell me you're like Deion Sanders and you just let him run to the other side of the field.
Nah, you got to do it. You got to come up. You got to just show everyone you can tackle. So it's just a part of the game.
Yeah. And are these guys dangerous out there, Kyle? Do you look to throw in the other direction?
Oh man, you gotta pick your matchups. Know what the down and distance is, and they're smart, man. You can't run the same route multiple times because they're gonna jump in, catch on. So just gotta mix it up on them and try to catch them off guard. What's
kind of the theme for Coach Lewis? And is it the old, one day at a time? Is it we got to win a conference championship? Because if you guys win a conference championship, correct me if I'm wrong, and you might be able to do this, but because I'm wrong a lot. But the way the college football playoff works, they're going to take one team from the other conferences. Seems to me that if, I'm going to say we, because I'm an Aztec just like you guys, seems to me if we win our conference, they got to at least take a look at us to maybe put us in that playoff. Have you guys talked about that at all? Whoever.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, we do kind of take it one day at a time. His motto is always +1 days. So just building one after another, but that is the goal ultimately is college football playoff. So just trying to build towards that every day.
And what do you think of the stadium, Dalesean? The new Snapdragon Stadium.
I've been to Snapdragon Stadium only 2 times on my official and when we had the game. And, I love it. Big, brand new. It's just a cool.
It's a
scenery.
beautiful place to play games. Fans are going to be right there.
That. Yeah,
it's warm too. It's not Northern Iowa.
Well, Northern Iowa, we was in the dome,
okay,
so
good,
we didn't have to worry about none of the conditions. But no, it's just a beautiful, beautiful stadium, and like what's inside of it, and just the views of it. I like it.
Yeah. And go ahead, Scrape.
I just have a question about.
I kind of took over the interview.
No,
right?
no, you're doing a great job. You're part of the Aztecs, Chris. You should have taken
I
him
know,
over.
but
I wanted to ask about the transfer portal because for a guy like me, I don't know anything about it because I was never an athlete in college. But for me, it seems a little crazy that you could just pick up and leave whenever you want. And I know that you guys probably love it, but I'm curious to get your opinions on the transfer portal. And you entered the transfer portal, so maybe we'll start with you, Dalesean.
I say the transfer portal for me, it was I had to do a big prayer for it. I had to make sure that this was going to be the right decision for me. I asked my loved ones about it. It wasn't just an easy choice for me because, yet again, I'm a relationship guy, and the relationship and bonds that I built with my old teammates, it wasn't just that easy to walk away. But looking at it in the future, just get out there. I coming out of high school, I believed I was better than FCS. Not saying FCS players are bad. There's all great players out there. I just feel like that my talent could get me to play at the next level. So, like, why not just take the shot? And if everything didn't go bad, I could still go back to UNI. But I'm glad that I did. It went for the better, and I'm glad that I'm here.
You can't go back to UNI. We're not allowed.
Chris won't allow it.
Can't go back there.
What about you, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, as far as there's definitely benefits to it. Like we bring in a lot of talent, but we also, you lose a lot of talent to, I know we had some O-linemen start their freshman year and then go to Washington and different places like that. So, like Dalesean said, the relationships part's tough because you make bonds with people and then they leave. But then I met a lot of my new best friends coming through the transfer portal. So there's pros and cons to it.
You got any thoughts on this, Jelani?
I just agree on the relationships. I lost a couple friends just entering the transfer portal, but like Kyle said, just making new friends that your teammates that are transferring in, just building relationships with them, and it's just been fun.
So you lost friends, like I'm assuming former teammates that didn't want to see you go?
Yeah, some teammates just left. Just just like I had to.
Yeah,
do
we
the
gain,
steps.
but San Diego State, I think, by and large, we gain more than we lose normally, just because we're San Diego. I think. I don't know.
Okay.
Makes more sense to me that you'd want to stay here. All right, so the season starts August 31st, and then Texas A&M Commerce.
Yep.
Scraby thought you guys were playing Texas A&M.
I was very
when the
excited.
Schedule came
I was
out.
very excited.
Followed by Oregon State. That'll be a
I'm still
good
very
challenge.
excited, just for the record.
Yeah,
I'm
we're
still
all
very
excited. So we're all excited. But Oregon State, and we're looking forward to this season. It's going to be a lot of fun. I think Coach Lewis has hit a home run. Since he's come on, everybody seems really excited, and we're excited that you guys came in and spent a little time with us today. It was very nice to meet all you guys, all you football players. I think you're terrific for going out there and trying to get something else done and making sure that you're keeping an eye on the rest of your life. So anytime we can help, you guys are more than welcome to join us.
Absolutely.
Scraby's going to take your number. We're going to call you during the season for insight into the team.
I will contact
have no
someone
choice.
else because I don't want to get in trouble. So.
And Kyle, give me your podcast one more time so people can listen to it.
It's the Playmakers podcast on YouTube.
On YouTube. Okay,
The
cool.
Playmakers podcast on YouTube.
Yeah.
Greg Camarillo,
Hey.
always great to see you.
Thanks
We're
for
going to get
having
him
us
back in here for some football talk here soon.
Well, you're the producer of the show.
I guess I am. I guess I'm the one kind of in charge of that.
Gwynn and Chris coming back with a second hour on 97.3 The Fan. Thanks, guys. Great job by all of you.
It's time to get you up to speed on all things sports.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
With plenty of nonsense in between.
Oh, look! Here comes our fearless producer!
Gwynn and Chris starts right now on 97.3 The Fan.
Hi, welcome into hour number 2 of Gwynn and Chris for a Monday, full 4-hour show today. Then the Scraby Chronicles check in. Scraby Chronicles from 6 to 7 o'clock this evening. Gwynn and Chris until then. Tony Gwynn Jr. is off today. Padres have the day off today. They'll take on the Seattle Mariners tomorrow. Thank goodness for that. I've been pining, Scraby, for the return of the matchup between these two great geographic rivals.
Natural rivals.
Yes, the Padres and Mariners.
Yeah.
Meeting for the first time this season. You know, tomorrow, it's like the momentum of like USC, UCLA, or Michigan, Ohio State, or Alabama, Auburn, or Mariners, Padres.
Yeah.
Has the same ring to it, you know?
Yes.
I don't get it, but alas, the Mariners are coming in for the two-game series tomorrow.
A good team?
They're in first place in their division, only by a couple of games over the Astros. Mariners and Padres have basically the same record. It's just that the Padres playing a division with the Dodgers, and so the Padres are 7.5 back. Got to within 6.5 there for just a moment on, I think, Friday night. I was like, really? Am I going to have to start announcing how close we are to the Dodgers?
Hey, it's getting closer and closer, Chris.
We'll see. We will see.
These last two losses over the weekend didn't help anything.
Well, you know, you're not going to win them all.
I know you're not going to win them all, and I'm not going to be mad about a series loss at all. I'm not. But it just, I was loving seeing all those wins, and I know everybody was too, but it was a little disappointing how the weekend ended.
For a team that, is injury-ravaged, roller coaster riding, can't hit lefties for 2.5 months, the thing is going okay.
It is.
And then on the other side, we've got 5 All-Stars, and that doesn't include Manny Machado, who is starting to go, Manny on us.
Yeah.
All of a sudden. We've got Higashioka, who's not an all-star, but has had as good a hitting month as anybody in baseball.
And it's extended into July now.
We've got all of that, and then, some other stuff, and we're not more than 4 games over 500. So there's 2 ways of looking at it. Glass half full, glass half empty. Scraby thinks I'm looking at a glass half empty.
No.
And I don't know that I am.
No, you're looking at a glass half full, though. You're positive, aren't you?
I think for the most part I've been. We've hung in there with this team. I mean, it's not been easy. They've made it difficult on us from time to time. But what was this string? They won 12 out of 15 games.
It's really good.
That's a great run. Now, you don't want to give it back. Don't want to give it back this week. So you got to take care of the Mariners and then the Braves over the next 5 days. And then, it'll be the All-Star break, and then it'll just be all crazy.
Pandemonium schedule-wise.
Pandemonium schedule-wise. After the All-Star break, don't look now. But the Padres have what I would consider to be on paper, a difficult start.
Guardians.
They're at Cleveland, at Washington, which is going to should be must-watch TV.
By the way, did you see what Jesse Winker did on his July 4th celebration? He hit the game-winning home run in the 8th.
Okay.
And he walked around in a Uncle Sam hat and a American flag jacket for like 2 innings or whatever.
Okay.
I thought you weren't supposed to celebrate home runs, but
Well, I'm just saying that Washington series is going to be interesting to say the least. So at Cleveland, at Washington, then at Baltimore. And then when they get home after the All-Star break, first team in is the Dodgers. So it's going to be a big stretch after the All-Star break. And already this bit of bad news. The first game after the All-Star break at Cleveland is an Apple TV game. Yeah.
Okay, can we talk about this for a second? I don't know how to do this without sounding like I'm 9,000 years old, But
You sound like me.
I can find these things. I can be okay with it. But you are 100% telling your fans you do not care if you watch your local team because you have to go find it on Roku. And last year it was the Peacock game. Remember that, Chris? Where they would do the Peacock game and it was like super early in the morning.
I just gave up on those games, right? I
Exactly.
didn't even
That's the
bother.
problem. If you want to grow this game, stop making it so hard to watch the game.
They think that they're doing the right thing. One thing that most people do watch is the Home Run Derby. A couple of additions to that in the recent hours. Marcell Ozuna, I think you'd already heard about that.
Yeah.
He's going to join along with Alec Boehm and Pete Alonso.
You got to have him.
Those are National League guys. And then there's a couple of American League guys that have committed. One is your guy, your favorite guy in baseball, Bobby Witt Jr.
He's a local guy, so
look out for him screwing up his swing for the second half.
That's the first thing I thought of, Chris.
I know. And then Gunnar Henderson is the other one. So those are the 5 that have been announced. There's still a few more to come on the Home Run Derby. Big dealings at Wimbledon today. We'll talk more about this in the Daily Gambit, which we'll do in the next segment. But our guy from Torrey Pines, the guy who we can never get a hold of, who for some reason just doesn't want to be interviewed by his hometown radio station, and it drives me crazy. But he is from San Diego. He's a former CIF champ. And today, Taylor Fritz pulled off maybe his greatest win ever as a professional, taking on 5th seed Alexei Zverev in the round of 16 at Wimbledon. Fritz was down 2-0, came back to sweep the final 3 sets and move into the quarterfinals. So good luck to Taylor Fritz. He is one match away from meeting Djokovic in the semifinals.
There you go.
So that could be a big moment for Taylor Fritz, but that was a good moment for him to be able to do that. You don't watch Wimbledon, right? Am I alone in that?
I'll watch the
Pretty
later
much.
rounds. The later rounds.
Well, we're getting there. Coco Gauff got knocked out yesterday. There's a new already, Coco Gauff is young, right? It's not like she's over the hill.
No.
But there's somebody else coming now, to a younger American, trying to push her out of the way. Emma Navarro, who's a young player from the University of Virginia, ranked number 19th in the world. She toyed with Coco Gauff yesterday in the round of 16. It wasn't even close. So Navarro moves into the quarterfinals, and Coco Gauff goes home. Anyway, I like watching Wimbledon, and so there's your Wimbledon update.
Thank you.
Are you watching the have you started
Are you
watching?
kidding me?
No. Have you started watching the Hard Knocks out of season? Are you into this yet? Really? Why did it get a buzzer?
Well, are we talking about the actual Hard Knocks show like they traditionally do?
Yeah, Hard Knocks out of season, the New York Giants. It was on last week. It's already been on.
Wait, what? Really?
Yeah.
Are you being serious? It's the beginning of July. I thought this stuff doesn't start until
No, they had
training camp.
They had the first Hard Knocks episode. It's all about the New York Giants and what they're doing this off season. And, so it follows the general manager, and it follows the scouts, and it follows the personnel people, and them going to all the combines and making trades.
So that's a new addition because
It's
they've never
interesting.
seen that.
Yes, it's a totally new edition. Of
Okay, I
Hard
like
Knocks.
that. I like that. They're actually thinking, hey, we need to change this up a little bit.
Well, that's what they're doing. The New York Giants GM, already on my negative list.
What's his name?
I don't care. I don't know. I can't remember it, honestly. He's kind of a new guy. Sorry, Giant fans.
Joe Shane.
Thank you. They have Joe Shane on the first episode. They're following him around, and they're in the car, and they're interviewing him while he's driving.
Uh-oh.
And the first thing Joe Shane says is, don't ask me to put on sports talk radio. I don't even know where the sports talk radio shows are located. If you wanted to listen to sports talk, I couldn't even tell you where to begin.
That's all good.
Guess what, Joe? I guarantee you're hearing what those people in New York are saying about you. And what they're saying about you is that you better turn that franchise around quickly.
Yeah, and he's probably...
Because last year was a stink season for the New York Giants, and you got a lousy quarterback, and you've got issues there for sure.
I think that he's probably pretty smart by not knowing where the sports talk
he's
stations
smart.
are.
I just don't believe him.
I don't think he's actually physically listening to the show, but Tua said something in an interview one time that I will always remember. It was brought up like he gained weight or something and he was slow, and so a reporter asked, and he was like, "Yeah, you know what's crazy is that one of the PR people has to update me on these lies all the time." So they are. What I'm saying is they are
get the
hearing
word.
it.
Yeah, they get the word.
Yeah.
Giants traded Saquon Barkley, which hasn't happened yet in the show. But this is the kind of thing in the show it hasn't happened yet because they're going back to January.
Okay.
But that was the big offseason move for the Giants, trading away their best player.
All right, I'm gonna go watch.
So
first
good
episode
luck
later.
to the Giants having that all work out.
Yeah, I don't know about the team selection.
Have you know, one thing I realized as I was watching this is I don't know what team anybody's on anymore. Like
who?
where's Austin Eckler? Commanders.
Yeah.
And where's Saquon Barkley?
Eagles.
Yeah. And where's Deuce Staley?
Coaching somewhere else?
No, I don't know. Not Deuce Staley. I'm sorry. Who did I mean? Deshaun Swift. I don't know why I thought of Deuce
DeAndre
Staley.
Swift.
DeAndre Swift. I thought of Deuce Staley because we had the young man's last name was Staley that was in there.
DeAndre Swift did get traded, didn't he?
Yeah, he's not with the Eagles anymore.
Where's he at?
Because if the Eagles have Saquon Barkley.
That's a good one. DeAndre Swift is a good one.
You don't know where DeAndre Swift is. Do you know where Devin Singletary is?
He's not with Texans?
Giants.
Oh.
See, a lot of these guys change teams.
Swift is a Bears guy.
Swift is with the Bears. Where's Josh Jacobs?
Yeah, I know that one. Green Bay.
Yeah,
This is
DeAndre
fun. Keep
Swift
going.
to Chicago. I can't think of any more off the top of my head. But, I mean, I know it was running back carousel during the offseason in the National Football League.
Tiki Barber had the reason.
Who do the Chargers have now? Who's their running back?
No one.
No, they have guys.
Oh, I mean, they don't have their bell cow yet.
Yes, they do.
They do?
As long as he stays healthy, and he's never healthy.
Who is it?
And if I draft him in fantasy, he'll get injured in the first game like he has the last 2 years.
Joshua Palmer?
J.K. Dobbins.
Oh,
Chargers.
Oh, yeah. I forgot about that.
See? I mean, everybody's like, what did we just name? 6 teams that changed running backs that fast? Where's Tony Pollard?
He is with the Titans.
He's with the Titans. And who is the number 1 running back for the Cowboys? I'll tell you who it says here in the depth chart.
Is his last?
His last name's Elliott.
Zeke's back with the Cowboys?
Ezekiel Elliott, yeah.
What the heck?
Yeah. I don't know what the Cowboys are planning to do, if they're going to just go with him or they got a couple of other guys, Deuce Vaughn and Rico Dowdle.
That's who I was thinking.
That's
Rico
who you were thinking of?
Yes.
Good.
That is pretty crazy. I guess we've been so locked into baseball.
Who's the Minnesota Vikings lead running back now that they've changed?
It's not Madison.
No?
It's not, obviously, Dalvin Cook. I have no idea.
Aaron Jones from Green Bay went to Minnesota.
Really?
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's like crazy.
I'm going to need to start researching for fantasy football soon.
I mean, I just started doing this kind of off the top of my head, but what got me wondering was when I was watching that show about the Giants, and they were talking about Saquon Barkley, and I was thinking they don't even have him anymore, but I couldn't think of where he was, and then I couldn't think of who they ended up with. But it was Devin Singletary is who the Giants ended up with. The Giants are going nowhere fast. They're going nowhere fast.
Tiki
with
Barber
that team.
had he basically called Austin Eckler, a whiner because Austin Eckler wants to get paid, which I understand. He's stuck in a really tough spot. Running backs aren't being paid, and he's kind of past where his prime is, I guess. Teams are looking at it like that.
Right.
But it's like Tiki Barber basically said, you don't even want to carry the ball every down. Why are you asking to get paid if you're not willing to do all of the work?
All right.
And I kind of get that about the running back position. Like Saquon Barkley's in there every single snap. Guys like that aren't.
You think that Saquon should be paid, but Austin Eckler should. Austin Eckler led the league in touchdowns like 5 years in a row.
A 5-yard dump out doesn't matter to me.
Okay.
A 5-yard screen isn't a touchdown pass. It's a glorified run.
Wow. All right. Sounds like a guy who tried to draft Austin Eckler and never could get him.
No, thankfully I've never done that.
What do you mean, thankfully? He's a really good guy in fantasy football.
I know. I'm trying
Austin
to
Eckler's been great over
talk
the
it
last
out of
many
existence.
years. All right, traffic, and then a check of the winners and losers, some daily Gambit. Kind of a quiet Monday scoreboard, but we'll find some stuff for you on 97.3 The Fan. All right, it's fun playing a little running back roulette there, Scraby.
It was.
Getting us a little ready for the National Football League. Earlier, we were fortunate enough to have 3 players from the San Diego State football team in studio. They all did a great job.
Yeah,
really,
they
really
did.
good. Kyle Crum, Jelani Whitmore, Dalesean Staley, all checked in.
Huge fan now of all 3 of those guys.
Yep. Wishing nothing but the best for them and the Aztecs. Thanks to Greg Camarillo for bringing them in. Matt Snyder will be joining the program from CBS Sports shortly. Time now, though, for the Daily Gambit, Scrabe.
Do you like money?
I think about money a lot.
Do you like money without doing anything?
Winning.
Do you want to make money while watching sports?
I think Washington is immortal luck.
Washington! Woohoo!
If you answered yes, this is your segment. Just don't blame us when you lose.
Nothing is ever your fault.
It's your game. Take it.
Gwynn and Chris go through the top bets of the day in the Daily Gambit on 97.3 The Fan.
Daily Gambit's our daily sports betting segment here on Gwynn and Chris. Please, everybody, gamble responsibly. We made the previous bets, Chris, way too long ago.
It was like a week ago.
Yeah. So
I've
we're
already
not
spent
gonna-
all the money I earned.
Okay. Did
on
you
those.
win? Is that
I
what
don't
you're just
know.
telling us?
I don't know. I'm wondering what people think when they're watching on the YouTube, and we're in one of those
Intros?
moments,
Yeah.
like an intro.
Yeah.
And I always take that time to rearrange my papers in front of me.
I did
Because
notice
I'm one of the
moving
weird
around over
Yeah,
there.
I'm one of the weird people in the world who still write stuff down. Like I use a pen and a piece of paper. I know that's foreign to a lot of people in this day and age.
I don't think that's that weird for this job.
But yeah, I'm always sorting my papers out.
Well, that is weird, yeah.
People probably watching on the YouTube are like, "What is he doing?" I don't think it's OCD is what it is. I have to have everything lined up properly before we get ready to do this segment.
It is
doesn't-
strange.
I don't have anything here to read. It doesn't help me speak, but it helps me be comfortable.
See, I have
So I have to
OCDs.
organize everything.
I have OCDs, and I wish it was an organization thing. Like,
Yeah.
I don't care about disorganization.
Yeah, I do.
I know you do, but
Yeah.
there's other things I'm OCD. Like, I could leave my house knowing that I locked the door,
Right. Oh, and you
telling
go back.
myself I've locked the door.
Oh, that's OCD for sure. Yeah.
Like,
That's a
literally telling
compulsion.
myself, hey, you
you
have
go back
locked
and
the
check?
door.
You go back and check?
I don't do it anymore because I realize, but I used to go back and check.
Yeah. I know people that used to, not used to, probably still do. OCD, they drive over a bump in the road and convince themselves that they've run over a person.
Oh, no.
And have to go around the block
Oh,
and
my
check.
gosh, really?
Yeah.
I've
It can
never
be
heard of that.
It can be a tremendously debilitating thing, OCD. And
Wow.
for anybody
No, it
out
can be,
there,
yeah.
there's great help available.
Well, what's the movie with Jack Nicholson? As good as it gets. Yeah, he has to like wash his hands a certain number of times before he can move on.
Can be tremendously debilitating.
No, it can't. It really can.
really can. All right, here we go with the Daily Gambit today. Start with some baseball. There's not much on the schedule today. Mets got beat by the Pirates 8-2 earlier. Cardinals are ahead of the Nats. Let me see, make sure. Get an updated score here. 6-0 now. Favor the Cardinals over the Nats, bottom of the ninth. Cardinals, by the way, have passed the Padres in the wild card.
They have.
They've been on a roll for quite a while. We've kind of haven't really even noticed it.
Yeah, because they started so terribly.
Yeah, they were at the bottom of the division. Now the Cardinals are doing well. All right.
Which is great. I love it, Chris. It's so good for baseball when the Cardinals do well. Sorry.
Their fans are getting annoying.
Oh, they're fans.
Somebody brought this up. Was it you brought it up or somebody else?
No. I know what you're about to say about the whole thing of
that they have the greatest fans, they think.
Yes.
And in actuality, they're no better than anybody else.
I think it was on the round table you guys were talking about.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Andrew Abbott, Cincinnati Reds lefty, who stymied the Padres earlier this year, goes against the Colorado Rockies tonight in Cincinnati. 6.5 strikeouts. Scrabe, you feeling that?
Under.
Under?
Yeah.
That's the Rockies. What do I say about the Rockies when they're on the road, Scraby?
They can't hit until they get to San Diego.
Until they get here. I hate to say this, but it's true. Rockies still only have one series victory on the road this year.
Oh, my God.
You know what it was.
Was it this one?
Of course. They swept the Padres here at Petco Park. That's the only road series they've won. Also, baseball tonight up in Anaheim. Big wager here. Bruce Bochy's Rangers favored by a 1.5 over the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. I'll go first.
Okay.
Texas Rangers 6 games back. Angels 10.5. Rangers have won 3 in a row. They keep it going. I'll take Texas. How about you, Scrape?
Yeah, I'm going to go Rangers, too.
I don't see Mike Trout or Anthony Rendon anywhere in sight. Yeah.
There's been some rumblings that Mike Trout's going to return soon-ish.
Soon-ish? Like 2026?
Hey, we got our own guys to worry about in IL.
All right, everything else is Wimbledon because we're getting down to the nitty-gritty. I told you about Emma Navarro. She's the 19th ranked player in the world. She polished off Coco Gauff yesterday. She moves into the quarterfinals against the 7th seed, Jasmine Paolini, who was in the finals of the French Open just a few weeks ago.
Okay.
Navarro is favored by 2.5 games, even though Paolini is coming off a finals appearance at the French Open. So who are you going to go with here? You going to
the favorite.
Take the American Navarro?
Yeah, the favorite.
She's the favorite. She just beat Goff. I'll take Paolini.
Okay.
But I think Navarro's up and coming for sure. Over-under for that is 22.5 games.
22.5.
That means it's got to go 3 sets. Because in 2 sets, you're probably not going to make it.
What do you?
I'm first. I'll say over. I think it'll be a close match.
I
think
say
it will
over
go
too. I'm
3.
going to follow your lead on that.
I'm going to follow my lead.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
On the men's side tomorrow, number 1, Yannick Sinner takes on number 5, Andrei Medvedev. Sinner favored by 5.5 games in this quarterfinal match. Scraby.
Medvedev is always there. I'm gonna take Medvedev.
Medvedev plus the points.
Yeah, I need it.
You get 5.5. Yeah, Sinner's 42-3 this year. That's the reason why he's number 1.
Yeah, that's really good.
It's really good. But Medvedev does play. You know, he's gonna make him work this. I'm gonna take Medvedev too.
All right.
And then finally, the other quarterfinal being played tomorrow. Number 3, Carlos Alcaraz takes on number 12, American Tommy Paul. Over under 38.5 games. I'm going to go under. I think it'll be a 4-set, maybe even a 3-set match. Alcaraz is much better than Tommy Paul.
Yeah, I'll say under too.
Okay.
Poor Tommy Paul.
Tommy Paul is the highest ranked American right now.
Never
just
even
ahead
heard
of our guy Taylor Fritz.
Interesting.
But Fritz is gaining ground quickly. Both of them are in the quarterfinals, and Americans don't normally do well at Wimbledon. All right, there's our daily gambit. Coming back with Matt Snyder, CBS Sports, talking baseball. Whoa. Welcome back to the program. 3:36 is the time. Chris Ello. Tony Gwynn Jr. is idle today. Matt Scraby alongside the Odyssey Palace. Tony back tomorrow? I'm assuming so.
Yes.
With the Padres back in action tomorrow. We'll be on from 2 to about 5:15 tomorrow.
5:35.
Well, I believe the game starts at 6:15 tomorrow.
Whoa.
So
Really?
that's why I'm saying what I'm saying here.
Good job.
I believe.
Did not pick that up.
I believe the game starts 20 minutes early tomorrow.
The heck?
Yes, I'm not quite sure why that is.
No, it says 6:40 on my app, but that doesn't mean the
Your
app's
app
right.
says 6:40.
Doesn't mean it's right, though.
The ESPN Padres schedule says 6:40.
The day after is a 3:40 start. So maybe that's
and my schedule on that said 3:15.
Interesting.
So I wonder why my schedule was erroneous, but it's okay. 6:40 tomorrow and 3:40. So we'll have a very short show then on Wednesday.
Yes, unfortunately.
And then after a week off, Thursday, the round table returns. I did without a round table last week.
You were celebrating with fireworks all over the place.
Fireworks and golf.
That's right.
Thank you for putting me on the air the other day to talk about my
of
round at
course.
Torrey Pines. Got a lot of reaction to that.
Of course.
I think we made it sound probably a little better than it was, but, I survived it. And I'm, happy with that.
Now that you're a couple days out, did you? What's your overall feel of the place?
I want to play it again.
Yeah.
Like I want to do it again now.
Now you know how to play it a little bit.
Well, don't know about that. I just want another chance at it. I felt like I got unlucky with the sand traps, like I was telling you the other day. I mean, they're everywhere, so it's not hard to hit into one. But I feel like 2 or 3 feet either way on a couple of shots, and it would have been a little different outcome.
And the hard part about those sand traps too is when you're hitting back onto the green, if you don't hit it in the right spot, you may roll off the green on the other side easily.
Some of the sand traps are really, really big too.
Oh yeah.
So if you hit out of it from one side, it lands in the other side.
Yeah, you can go sand trap to sand trap
you
too.
You can do that real easy.
Yes.
So yeah, I want to play again. I had so much fun, and like I said, Torrey Pines, we take it for granted here. We don't think about it enough, but it's got to be one of the more beautiful places on earth.
It is. Well, for sure.
Has to be.
Has to be.
Yes. The other thing that I noticed when I was done with my round, I went by the golf shop there at Torrey Pines.
It's very expensive in there.
It also looked like it was TJ Maxx on the day after Thanksgiving.
Like nothing was there?
I have never seen so many people. No, there were hundreds of people in there.
Really?
Buying golf stuff from Torrey Pines.
I never see anybody buy anything because it's like $700 for a
well,
shirt.
That I don't know. I just know that everybody was in there trying to buy something, it looked like.
Wow, that's kind of crazy.
Tomorrow, the Junior World Golf Tournament, for which we were
Yes.
playing in the media, gets underway at courses throughout the county.
They get to play at some good courses.
Yes, they do. They'll have a lot of fun. All right, Matt Snyder from CBS Sports, scheduled to join us shortly. First, we got to check traffic, though. Scraby.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
Traffic is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Drive-Thru Oil Change, your trusted instant drive-thru oil change. We still just crashed on the northbound 5 near Nobel. Those vehicles are over to the right shoulder. Now, northbound side of the 805, just past La Jolla Village Drive. Stalled car in the center divide. Cordell traffic cam shows a collision on southbound 805 before the 163. 2 vehicles involved there in the center divide, and reports of a crash on northbound 125 at the King Freeway. Car hauler and car involved in this one. They're over to the right shoulder. Stop by into the 30 San Diego Valvoline Instant Oil Change Centers. You don't have to get out of your car, and it usually only takes 15 minutes or less. Plus, get a free courtesy check of your tires and battery. Visit SoCalOilChange.com for directions and discounts. SoCalOilChange.com. I'm Gilly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, one of our favorite interviews on this program, talking baseball, is Matt Snyder from CBS Sports. And I say that because he just so happens to be on the air right now. I don't say that only because he's on the air. I also say it because I really do like chatting with him about the national pastime. Matt, thanks so much for taking some time. How are you? Everything good?
Yeah, I'm great. About a week until I'll be headed to the All-Star game, so good times.
Always fun. The All-Star game, I think, that's the part we don't get. It's just how much fun it is for everybody to go, be there, the event. I know teams, front office people don't get a chance to see each other all year, get together at the All-Star game. Is the All-Star game the unofficial place where some of the trade talking begins?
I don't know about that. I've never heard anything like that it's special for that or anything. And I mean, in this day and age, that's why I always think that the winter meetings have gotten to the point where it's kind of worthless because people talk with technology all the time these days. But I guess it is better to meet face to face. So I suppose it's possible. We've seen deals come together shortly after the All-Star game. Remember Manny Machado to the Dodgers? That was pretty quick. Like from the Orioles to the Dodgers, that was pretty quick, like right after the All-Star game. So, yeah, I suppose it's possible. I'd never even really thought about that before.
Yeah. One thing we always think about this time of year once the All-Star selections are announced are some of the snubs. And you wrote about that today in CBSSports.com. One thing you didn't have to mention in your article was any Padres getting snubbed. We got everybody and then some to the All-Star game. Were you a little surprised that the Padres ended up with 5? I mean, we're kind of in the same neck of the woods as the Phillies and Dodgers with that.
Yeah, not really, because if you look at the individuals who all made it, they're all worthy. So it's not like anybody who's kind of out of whack and they don't deserve to make it. It just so happens that they're a pretty top-heavy team this year. And even if you lumped in players that are generally all-star caliber, like Manny Machado, Xander Bogaerts, there's a lot of star power on that team. It's just kind of thin. I didn't think, like I said, I thought they all deserved to make it. So, I didn't have a problem with it at all.
Even Arise, because I've seen some, maybe it's the analytic people who want to pick on Arise because he, doesn't put up the power type numbers.
Yeah.
I love to watch this guy hit, so I'm happy he's in the All-Star game. But do you think that people who have a gripe, do they have a real gripe or no?
He would be the one where possibly you could argue against that. I'm trying to think of who, like Christian Walker should probably be on the team, but I would have Christian Walker before Pete Alonso, for example. I think it makes the team more well-rounded. I'm sure that it's completely driven by batting average, and there are a lot of people who don't like bothering with batting average at this day and age. I still maintain that, well, it's the third most important rate stat because it's not as important as on-base percentage, it's not as important as slugging percentage. It's still important. And when the league average isn't down in the 240s and you've got a guy hitting over 300, he's valuable. So I think you can justify it.
Talking to Matt Snyder, CBSSports.com here on 97.3 The Fan. Now, Jackson Merrill, it was a nice surprise for us all here in San Diego to see him make it to the All-Star team. And it's not like he's just being thrown in because he's a rookie and they need his name out there. Do you think he was, A, deserving of an All-Star spot, and B, what have you thought of his season so far?
Yeah, he was definitely deserving. I mean, I think maybe you could make an argument for like Brandon Nimmo over him or something, but that's unexciting there. And I don't think that you should change your criteria or anything to make room for something like this, but I think you've got to give him credit when he'd never played center field before this season and he learned it on the fly in the spring, and then to be in double digits in home runs and stolen bases, that's a well-rounded player right there. So I am perfectly good with him being on the team, even if he was one of the last guys taken. I like having him there. I think it's a good selection.
Matt, I don't know if you heard, he's the first Padre rookie ever to make the All-Star team.
Ever?
Yeah.
No, I did not hear that.
That is crazy. I thought for sure. I just thought off the top of my head that Benito Santiago, who was a Rookie of the Year back in the day, had made an All-Star, but apparently not. So, just a little
didn't he have a long hitting streak? Maybe his hitting streak was after the All-Star break.
It must have been after the All-Star break. Absolutely, yeah.
That's one thing that sticks out in my mind as a kid was the long hitting streak, and he was Rookie of the Year. So, yeah, I would have thought that too.
Yeah, Jackson Merrill's the first. There are 32 guys that are first-time All-Stars overall, and probably a few more will be added, in the days to come. Does that tell us anything? What it tells me is that guys are better sooner than they ever were before.
Yeah, I think so. It probably started back in 2011 with Mike Trout, Bryce Harper, Manny Machado all coming up together and kind of taking the league by force. And then it continued with Ronald Acuna Jr. and Juan Soto at such a young age. And now it continues up through this generation. Guys, like you said, they're better than ever at a younger age. But also there's veterans and they're first timers like Seth Lugo and like age 34, putting it all together. So there are good stories sprinkled throughout in terms of like a broad takeaway. Other than the players are better than ever at a younger age, no, not really. It's kind of a coincidence, I think, like I said, because you mix in guys like Lugo, who are first-timers as veterans, or Jurickson Profar, for example, just putting it all together finally after all these years. We just had a lot of stuff coincidentally happen this season.
It is true. There has been a lot of stuff that's happened. And you just mentioned Jurickson Profar. We're talking to Matt Snyder of CBSSports.com. And I was saying this on Friday. It seems like Jurickson Profar is annoying to everyone except for Padres fans, because it seems like everyone has an issue with something that he does, whether he runs around the bases too slow or he celebrates a walk-off hit too much. What are your thoughts on Profar? Do you think he's kind of annoying?
No, not at all. And I'm not a Padres fan, so there you go.
There we go.
I have not heard of this annoyance. No, when he's not running the bases as fast as he's protecting from injury.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Yeah. And when the celebration thing is absolutely nonsense, because not everybody, but a lot of guys celebrate. That's weird. Though I think what sums up Profar to me, the way he's put everything together this year, and they've needed him because Machado started slow, Bogarts went down, Tatis is down right now. He had to step up, and he's stepped up and then some. But a perfect illustration for me is that game last week, Wednesday or Thursday. No, I think it was Friday.
When he tied it up in the bottom of the ninth?
When they brought in Robert Suarez. Yeah, and he gave up the grand slam, and then he gave up that 2-run bomb to Randall Grichuk. And then Profar led off the bottom of the ninth with that home run. It's like that was a perfect illustration of what he's meant to this team. It's when everything else goes wrong, there's Profar right there to pick everybody up.
Yeah, I said the same thing about Profar. I don't think he's the MVP of the league, but he's done MVP-type things. You know, those are kinds of things that happen. Let's go real quick back to Jackson Merrill. Paul Skeens is a revelation. The fans in San Diego are already mad because they think Jackson Merrill's going to lose the Rookie of the Year to Paul Skeens. I don't know if they'd be right to be mad, but how do you see that, or is it too early to tell? Because Skeens seems like he's almost a gimme.
Yeah, it's probably too early to tell because Skeens has only had 10 starts. By the end of the year, you don't know, are the Pirates going to shut him down? Are they going to limit his workload? They were handling him with kid gloves at the start of the year. So it's hard telling how much of a workload he's going to have. But let's say if he ends up around 100 innings, gosh, it's awfully tough for me to give it to a pitcher with only 100 innings, you know?
Oh,
but if he gets up to like 135 to 140, he's probably going to have so much value there that you'd have to give it to him over Merrill. It'll be interesting to see how both play in the second half. And again, how much workload the Pirates allow Skeens to take on. But Skeens obviously would be the sexy pick. It seems like that's all anybody wants to talk about. And he might start the All-Star game, which would be amazing. He's the first ever guy to be drafted number 1 overall and then make the All-Star team the very next year. So that's a heck of a story. It's only 10 starts. It's not even 60 innings. So what kind of workload is he going to end up with?
This is why I love Matt. He has everything in perspective. Because
we have a chance for Jackson Merrill to still win because there's people like Matt out there.
Exactly. and I saw this. I got a newsletter every day from a baseball site, and it said Paul Skeens. It was going through all the big things he's done so far this year, and it said struck out Ohtani on 3 pitches over 100 miles an hour. No one talks about the next at bat when Ohtani took him deep for a 2-run shot. I don't understand. I mean, I do understand the Paul Skeens
He's 5-0
love.
with a 2-something ERA.
And you know
he's
what?
Doing okay.
For the Scraby Show, I'm going to go over his run support because he's getting help from the run support as well, Chris.
Okay, all right.
All right.
So I was curious to see. Obviously, anybody who says that people think WAR is the only stat that matters, that's nonsense. It's just a tool. It's a catch-all. They're in essentially a dead heat in WAR right now. BaseballReference.com's version, Jackson Merrill's 2.5 WAR, Paul Skeens is 2.6. So if somebody was looking at that, they're in a dead heat.
All right, real quick, Matt, trade deadline? If you're the Padres, you just had a nice run. You won 12 out of 15 games, but you also just heard that Yu Darvish is on personal leave and may not be back at all. We don't even know. And some of these teams in the wild card are 2-3 games behind. A couple of them are going to make a run. So the Padres probably have to do something, don't they? And
Yeah.
if so, would it be a tinker thing, or do you think that they can pull off something big? I mean, AJ Preller, I guess we never know.
He's a mad scientist. So, yeah, look, if you look at the construction of the roster, you have to be all in, right? You have to pretty much do whatever you can to make the playoffs and hope that they make a deep playoff run. Otherwise, what are we even doing with all these huge contracts? And I know they traded Juan Soto 1 year away from free agency, but still the rest of the makeup of the roster says win now. And look, we just saw the Diamondbacks make the World Series from 84 wins last year. The Padres team 2 years ago was maddeningly inconsistent, and they never got Tatis back, and they were waiting all year for that. And they ended up in the NLCS. So they know all too well that all you've got to do is make it there, and then anything can happen. So I think they've got to be all in. It's so hard to find the sellers right now. Like, I think that the Blue Jays and Tigers have probably fallen enough down that you can say they're sellers. But, and we see a report about the Rangers, maybe they'll be sellers now. But above them in the American League, the Rays are too close, even though they just traded Savale. That was to make room for Shane Baz. But there's, 9-10 teams in contention. On the National League side, the Cubs have the third worst record after the Marlins and Rockies, who are obvious sellers. But the Cubs are 5.5 out. It's kind of hard to sell when you're 5.5 out. I think the Nationals seemed like they would be a seller, but they're only 5 out. So it's going to be tough because there are teams, let's say the Orioles, for example, if they decide to flex their muscles, they have so much more prospect depth than the Padres do, and they desperately need starting pitching and bullpen help. So it's going to be tough out there.
I think that's kind of what baseball had in mind, by extending the wild card to keep more people in it and keep there from being a bunch of sell-offs in the month of July. Matt, always great talking to you. Enjoy the All-Star game and the festivities next week. And I can never thank you enough for consistently coming on our show and making time for us. We really do appreciate it. Thanks again, and look forward to talking to you soon.
All right, sounds good. Have a good one.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Matt Snyder, very good, from CBS Sports. Well, the Skeens thing I like because in his mind it's not a guaranteed done thing. I think in a lot of people's mind it is. Skeens is the Rookie of the Year, and tough if you're Jackson Merrill. But he's bringing up some points that are fair, and that is how much is Skeens going to end up pitching? If Jackson Merrill plays every day in center field for a whole season,
she basically is.
That's got to come in to be part of the equation.
It definitely does. If you're just looking at regular social media for MLB, there's two players that they really want you to love: Shohei Ohtani and Paul Skeens.
Yeah,
they force those guys on all of us.
All right, we're going to.
Am I too much of a hater today, Chris?
No, you're good.
Okay.
Plus, you're tired. You stayed up all night.
I'm really actually more tired than I've been in a long time, and really am mad at the dogs right now.
And apparently, you get mean when you're tired.
I do get a little mean.
All right, Chris versus the fans coming up next. 833-288-0973. Trivia time. Hey, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. Hour number 3 on the board here. Chrisello, Tony Gwynn Jr. idle today. Matt Scraby in the Odyssey Palace. He's getting ready for the Scraby Chronicles, which we will all enjoy between 6 and 7 p.m. tonight.
Paul Skeens rant incoming.
Well, I don't know why you're picking on him. He's not out there actively,
and I plan to say that,
promoting himself for Rookie of the Year.
I plan to say all of this.
He cannot help the fact that everybody out there just loves him no matter what happens.
I plan to say all of this. This is not a Paul Skeens. Okay, this is a media treatment of Paul Skeens' rant.
Got it. All right. Sounds like a guy that wants Jackson Merrill to be the Rookie of the Year.
Hey, Matt Snyder makes an amazing point.
Well, we'll see if that
Jackson Merrill
point holds up.
Had never played the position he was selected for the All-Star game.
It should come into play.
It should, but it won't.
All right. Well, we'll find out. We'll all find out together, Scrape.
I need to get more sleep because I'm an
all
angry
find
human
out together.
today.
You are quite cranky today. Good news, Padres have 5 All-Stars. Bad news, one of them is not you, Darvish, and we don't know when Darvish is going to be back. We talked about it earlier on the show. If this is a personal thing to the level of, having a guy the professional likes of you, Darvish, to walk away from the game and not be paid,
that's a lot.
I have great concern for what's happening in the life of you, Darvish, and that is all I'm hoping will get squared away. I know there's people out there like, oh, God, how can he do this to us?
Yeah.
No, that doesn't come into play here.
No, this is bigger than baseball.
Correct.
You can't, I guess there are some Japanese media outlets reporting what's happening, but I'm not going to report it because I don't know that it's true. So
yeah,
if you want to go find reasons, you can maybe find reasons.
I'm sure since nobody gave the actual reason, then everybody's going to try to make a bunch of them up. And we're not going to do that. So you're right, Scraby. If you want to go try to find out some possible reasons why, knock yourself out.
I think the unpaid absence tells us everything.
Knock yourself out. One quick NBA note before we get to today's Chris versus the Fans. If you can't stand Paul Skeens and all of the media attention being lauded upon him, how you doing these days on Bronny James? Pretty good?
Again, another guy said this is not his fault. It's the media reaction to him.
He had 4 points and 2 rebounds in his first summer game, and you would have thought he just, lit up Jerry West with a posterizing dunk.
No, I saw the opposite. I saw this was a horrible debut for him.
I didn't see that at all.
I saw a title that says...
I saw 4 points, 2 rebounds. Bronny's, and I'm like... There was some guy in the Lakers in that game who hit 6 threes. They didn't even mention the guy.
Yeah, see, that's ridiculous. But
you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I saw the title was Bronny James gets his ankles broken, so of course I had to click and see. The guy was nowhere even near breaking his ankles, so we got to chill out on that stuff.
Well, he's missed his next game because of swelling on the knee. Did you see that?
Already?
Oh, yes.
He's played 1 game.
Already. He's already hurting. One other quick NBA thing. I want to congratulate the Chicago Bulls, my team, on parting with DeMar DeRozan and basically being lucky to get a pack of bubble gum back in return.
I saw he was traded. Have no idea what the Bulls got.
Nothing. I mean, couldn't name who they got. Maybe a second-round draft pick. I'm like, really? Guys like a 20-time All-Star, you can get nothing? I don't understand these teams and how they operate.
I don't either.
I really don't get it sometimes.
Me neither. It's kind of weird.
All right. Why do I have to root for that team?
I don't know. You chose it.
I know.
There's plenty of other teams. You could be Golden State Warrior fan.
What am I going to do? Just quit right now in midstream?
Why not?
No, I don't do that. I just agonize. So you're stupid.
So you're just torturing yourself for a lifetime because you don't get rid of teams.
It's not a lifetime. I did have a 10-year stretch that was really, really good, but that was a long time ago. All right. Let's get to some trivia stuff. Chance to win fabulous cash and prizes.
No cash, just prizes.
No cash, just prizes.
If you had one shot, one opportunity to take down the human almanac himself,
howdy do.
Now is your time.
Listen to me, this guy is dangerous.
Now is your opportunity to win a prize.
Well, I hope you know what you're in for.
Chris versus the Fans starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right, you could win cash along with your prize.
You will
That's
be
because
entered
you're being-
with a chance to win cash.
You could go out to Las Vegas to the Rio and win cash there.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
You'll be qualified for a trip to the Rio in Las Vegas, 2-night stay, dinner for two, day bed at the Rio pool. The Rio Las Vegas is back, baby. New ownership, newly remodeled rooms, 4 sparkling new pools, brand new food hall, all ready for you now. And your next Vegas escape. Beyond, go ahead. Beyond the unexpected, beyond the strip, beyond your wildest dreams, it's the Rio Las Vegas, the rhythm of Vegas. Book now at RioLasVegas.com.
I had one of my most fun nights in Las Vegas at the Rio.
Okay.
I won.
It's
I told
because you won.
Penny slots.
Oh, penny slot. I've always got a kick out of the Vegas thing. Every gambler's favorite hotel and casino is the one where they've won the most money.
Well, duh.
You ever get that? It's like, I love Caesars. Why? Why I won the $800 there the other night. All right, but you don't love Caesars.
I
You
love that slot machine at Hooters Hotel.
Right, exactly. It never fails.
All right.
Yeah, I'm going out to the I don't know.
The Palace Station.
I'm going out to the, well, I was going to say the Mirage, but the Mirage got torn down.
That's kind of crazy.
But wherever you're going, and then somebody says, that's the worst place. What? I lost there. Okay, I see. It's the hotel's fault.
So basically, every place on the strip should
they
be a place you hate.
They should all be tied for your least favorite.
Although
casinos.
I fall right into it because I'm like, hey, let's go to the Rio. I won $250
That's
on a
right.
penny slot.
Oh, it's the place you'll go next time for sure.
It's kind of off the strip. Anyway, here we go. Here are the rules. You have to make it through 3 questions. Each question will get more difficult. If you get the question right, you move on. If you get it wrong and Chris gets it right, you're eliminated. But if Chris gets it wrong, then you move on to the next question or you win. If you are a first-time player, let us know before we get into it, and you will get the first question for free. I did some work on these questions this weekend.
Good for you.
Letting you know that. And there are some Olympics questions in there.
I'm ready for you.
All right. Let's get to our first contestant. Let's go to Mike. Hello, Mike.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Very good,
Pretty
Mike.
good. Are you ready to play?
Sure.
All right.
First-time player.
First-time player! I heard it. All right, we're going to question number 2. Here you go, Mike. As I said... Oh, wait, no. That's all in question number 3. Anyway, what player was the last number 1 overall pick to be elected into the Baseball Hall of Fame? What player was the last number 1 overall pick to be elected into the Baseball Hall of Fame?
Jeez. I can't even think of one number 1 pick.
That's a tough one.
Is this question number 3?
That is a tough one.
Maybe.
David Clyde. I don't know.
Hey, at least you gave us a
David
name.
Clyde.
At least you gave us a name. Chris, do you know?
I think was A-Rod a number 1 pick, but he's not in the Hall of Fame. So
good point.
Nah, I don't know. Number one overall pick, Ken Griffey Jr. I don't know if he was, but I'm guessing.
Is he in the Hall?
Yeah.
Did he
Should
just
be in
get
the
in?
Hall of Fame. He's a Hall of Famer. No, he's been there for a while. It's not correct, so it doesn't matter. Who is it?
Joe Mauer, everybody.
Joe Mauer was the number 1 overall pick.
He was.
How about that?
Yes.
That's a number 3 question, but, it worked in favor of Mike. Because he stays alive. So very good for him.
All right, Mike, here we go. Question number 3. Oh, by the way, Chris, we played... Sorry, Mike. Hold on right there. We tried to play a version of Chris vs. the Fans, and it went horribly. So I brought people on, and I asked them who had the better stat. Like, who had a better batting average? One of 2 guys. Guy got all 3 of them correct in the first contestant.
That was the end of the game?
Completely ruined the game, and then he made me talk.
That's how it works.
All right. Mike, here is your question.
For the big money.
And it goes like this. There are 3 countries to have hosted Olympics, but they no longer exist. Name 2 of the three.
The countries no longer exist.
The country no longer exists, but they have hosted an Olympics before.
We got to know world history for this.
Yugoslavia
Okay.
and Czechoslovakia.
Got it.
That is correct. That is correct.
You were pretty slow on the bell there. What happened?
Well, Czechoslovakia is that one was in my research. That Chris is going straight to the computer right now. He's going straight to the computer.
Well, let's just see what happened.
Well,
here.
I
Go
see
ahead.
Yugoslavia is one.
Okay, that makes sense. Yugoslavia, I think I would have got that. 'cause
Soviet Union is another. 1980
Soviet
Moscow
Union has been taken
and then
chopped up.
West Germany is
West
no longer
Germany.
a country anymore. But the Czechoslovakia one was in there because at certain times that I don't even want to get into it because I'm probably gonna say it wrong. So
Gonna mess this up.
But do you see what I'm saying over there?
No, did Czechoslovakia ever host the Olympics? If they didn't, then it's not
I'm
a
pretty
correct
sure
answer.
Let me see.
I don't think it did.
A Winter Olympics.
Oh, Winter Olympics. I don't know.
Let's ask Mike. Mike, when did Czechoslovakia host?
I have no idea.
He doesn't know.
Stay there, Mike.
I'm going to tell you what. I'm giving it to Mike because I wouldn't have come up with a correct answer. I can tell you that. I would have got Yugoslavia. I forgot all about West Germany, and for some reason I wouldn't have thought of the Soviet Union. But I don't think the Czechoslovakia ever hosted the Olympics.
They may have been a part of another country.
Well, anyway, for my money, Mike's a winner. Congratulate the guy. Give him a round of applause.
All right, sorry, I'm still trying to figure this out.
I'm looking here. I don't see Czechoslovakia ever having hosted the summer or winter games. So it's okay. Mike won. He's a champ. It's on your positive record forever, Mike. Nicely done. All right. I thought it was an interesting question, though.
Thank you, but if you Google it,
you're just being quiet over there.
No, I know because I'm kind of mad that I don't actually have the.
I
spent like 30 minutes on this question yesterday.
You got it. You got the 3. He didn't get it, but I wouldn't have got it. So Mike wins.
All right.
Simple.
Okay.
I would not have West Germany was good, man. Munich, West Germany, and I didn't come up with that.
Yep.
And I didn't come up with Soviet Union because I've tried to blank that whole place out of my head.
I can't believe, like, in the height of the Cold War, they had the Summer Olympics in Moscow?
We weren't there.
I didn't do any research.
United States did not go.
Okay, that makes sense then.
United States did not
still,
go.
what is the Olympic Committee thinking?
The Soviet Union boycotted the 1976 Olympics, which were in Montreal.
Okay.
That was the year that Bruce Jenner / Caitlin
won
the decathlon. I'm not saying she would have won it.
Yes.
Had the Soviets been there. But I'm just saying that was, for reference, that was the year that Jenner won.
Okay.
But then, so 1980, we returned the favor. We didn't go to the Olympics in Moscow.
That's very, very strange.
Yeah. Well, Jimmy Carter was the president.
No,
He said,
I'm not saying the
no.
decision not to go because, it might be a little bit dangerous for Americans to go over to
He said, nay.
the Soviet Union in the middle of the Cold War.
He said, nay.
Oh, someone said that your heart grew a couple sizes in this segment, Chris.
Because I let Mike be a winner?
Yeah. Diesel said that.
I'm not even a Grinch for the moment.
Yeah.
All right, very good, Mike. Congratulations. You win the trip to the Rio Las Vegas, or qualified for the trip to Las Vegas. Hope you end up winning it. And you won as a first-time player. So that's a pretty cool thing. Break time, traffic check, Gwynn and Chris. When we come back, special segment that I've been kind of waiting to do all day long.
Wow.
So I'll tell you about it. It was very sad over the weekend.
Oh, no.
But we definitely need to spend some time on it. Don't miss it. It's next.
From the
All right, welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. Nicely done by Mike. Winner, Chris versus the fans today. Nicely done by my friend Kirk Kenny. Corrected me. I'm glad he did.
I just got a note, too.
Yeah. We boycotted the 80 Olympics. The Soviets, in return, boycotted the 84 Olympics in Los Angeles.
Leave it to Kirk to...
Kirk was on it. Thank you, Kirk.
Pete on X tells me that the Sarajevo Olympics in 1984 were in Czechoslovakia.
Sarajevo.
Yeah.
I think that's Yugoslavia.
Possibly. But maybe it was Czechoslovakia at the time?
I don't know. There's a lot of Avakias there.
There's a lot of Vakias there.
A lot of Vakias there.
Hey, my family's from Lithuania. You keep your words to yourself, sir.
All right. Did you see Jay Posner? Our guy Jay Posner from the San Diego Union Tribune.
What?
Wrote a terrific, beautiful, lengthy, and interesting article on our guy Jesse Agler.
Oh, yeah, I did see this.
Front of the paper.
Yeah, it was great.
Yesterday. I saw Jay last week at the golf. He told me about the article, the golf thing. He told me about the article, so he said he had a great time. But if you want to learn and, just kind of dive into the life and times of the Padre play-by-play guy, Jesse Agler, really, really good story. And the story at the beginning of the story was really good, too.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yes, I briefly skimmed. I have to go back and actually read.
Okay, he was doing an interview with the president of the Miami Dolphins, and he was asked what his dream job was. And Jesse Agler said to be a baseball play-by-play guy.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy from the Dolphins said, we're a football team, right?
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, but I got to be honest. I got to tell you the truth. And it was that answer that, as you read the article, you kind of find turned out to bring him full circle and coming out to San Diego from Miami and wind up eventually being the play-by-play voice of the Padres, of which he is brilliant.
Yes.
Jesse Agler. You can find the story online somewhere.
It's everywhere.
Tweet out Jay Posner.
Go to Jesse's Twitter as well. I'm sure he retweeted it.
Yeah, go to Jesse's Twitter, but you can find it if you don't get the newspaper. But I enjoyed the article immensely. Here's one that was much, much more sad, unfortunately. Yeah. This happened over the weekend, and the passing, actually it was Thursday night, but the passing of the athletic director at Point Loma Nazarene University, a young man, and I can certainly say young man, by the name of Ethan Hamilton, passed away at the age of 48, Scrabe. Not fair.
No.
Friends and colleagues were really left shocked by this whole thing. He apparently had a battle with leukemia.
Oh, wow.
And things just, they unexpectedly went south. Nobody was prepared for it.
Wow.
Just a reminder, friendly reminder to you listening right there and everyone else, enjoy every day and all the time you have. I mean, these kinds of stories, so sad.
Yeah.
Ron Fowler was among those who commented, saying that he was one of the nicest young men he'd ever met. And a very good athletic director. Point Loma Nazarene has risen to great prominence, in the Division II NCAA sports world.
Yes,
the
they have.
Baseball team did great, basketball. But that's not what this is about. This is about a man who lost a battle with leukemia at the age of 48 years old. He started as a student assistant to the basketball team. Ended up as the athletic director. Ethan Hamilton. Gone far too soon.
This got me because I'm getting older, and he's only 9 years older than me.
Right.
And I can't even imagine I can't even imagine to think 9 years is all that I have left.
Well,
sad.
Yeah, you hopefully don't want to think
about
it that way.
I get it. That was a weird way to put it.
It was, but these are the kind of stories that get you thinking that way.
They do.
And that's why the only solution to that thinking is to enjoy yourself as much as you can all the time.
And go to the doctor and get your checkups.
Taking care of yourself is another decent bit of advice.
Something I have done since I stopped drinking, because if I didn't go to the doctor at the end when I did, I would have probably died of something, because my body was in that much trouble. So
you were not doing a good job of taking care of yourself.
Exactly.
For many, many years.
Yeah, that's an understatement, Chris.
One more story, kind of on top of that one. Just as sad, but different in the sense that this kind of thing could have been avoided. And I'm talking to you out there that is right now driving about 83 miles an hour and zigging in and out of traffic on the 15 or the 805. I'm speaking to you, sir or ma'am. Slow down. Minnesota Vikings rookie cornerback Kyrie Jackson and two others, ages 23 and 24, about the same ages as the kids who were in our studio here earlier today.
True.
From San Diego State, killed in a car crash over the weekend, 3:14 a.m. Saturday. Why were they killed? Were they misbehaving? Were they drinking? Were they, otherwise, getting into difficulty? No. They were driving along when some other idiot driving another car changed lanes at high speed, ran into them, and knocked them off the road, and their car tumbled over, and they all died.
Yeah, and I believe there's alcohol involved in that.
Of course, but this is, if you idiot out there have to drive that fast, and every one of us listening has seen this recently, if not
saw it today on the way down.
Today, yeah. Drive where there is nobody else on the road, so that if something stupid happens, you're the one that gets hurt, not somebody else, like these three kids that are driving along. And don't tell me, well, they shouldn't be out at 3:14 in the morning.
When you were 23, I bet you were out at 3:14.
I think all of us were. This is just, these kinds of stories really get to me.
Yeah.
And you have three guys who die, college coaches, sending out tweets, and the Minnesota Vikings losing a rookie player before he ever got a chance to perform. It's not really even the point. They were 23, 24-year-old people, kids, driving, and you are driving along like an idiot, going in and out of all these lanes. They are the ones that pay the price for your, inexcusable behavior. I'm sick of that, man. Ugh.
I'm with you.
All right.
I'm with you, Chris.
I know you are, and I know probably 99.9% of everybody out there is with me.
Yeah.
But I'm worried about that 1% guy who's still zigging, zagging out of the lanes right now.
They don't care.
I know they don't.
Which is unfortunate.
And that's the problem, is I could talk till I turn, blue in the face. I can't reach those people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, you can't.
So stories like this really are,
I think it's a bummer to talk about them, but I think we need them, because it does put you in that spot where you think, hey, I got to appreciate what I have now instead of not appreciate it. Because I lived in that sort of world for a long time, and now I do appreciate it. And just sad. This guy was drafted in the 4th round by the Vikings just 2 months ago, or month and a half ago, about to go to training camp, and it's not. I mean, obviously not going to.
No. Not because of his own. Not because of his own stupidity. Somebody else's stupidity.
Yeah.
All right, more Gwynn and Chris. Sorry about that sad segment, but hopefully we all take a little lesson from it. And if we're having a rough day, we turn it around and have a little better day the rest of the way. On 97.3 The Fan. right, show's rolling along nicely. 4:35 is the time. Chris Ello, Matt Scraby together.
It is.
The Odyssey Palace Studios. Thanks again. I know it was earlier and we've already thanked him, but Greg Camarillo doing a really good thing. He brought it up.
Yeah.
Academic advisor with the San Diego State football team, and, hooking up or getting 3 guys from that football team to hook up, come on into the station today, get a little time on the air, find out a little bit more about the radio business, which they're all very interested in after their playing career.
Yes.
And that's good stuff that Greg Camarillo's doing. Good on those kids for coming in and, taking the time to make sure that they pay attention to other parts of their lives.
You missed me being the host of the tour for the first 40 minutes.
Yeah.
I was just thinking it was cool that I was walking around with a bunch of Aztec players and a former NFL player.
Right.
And they were all cool, thinking it was cool that they were walking around with someone who does radio for a living. So
yeah, they thought you were cool. So that's
the only time that's ever happened.
Doesn't happen often.
No.
But today was one of those days for you.
And by the way, Kyle Crum, one of the guys who was in here, he said that he had a podcast, and I guess it's not easy to find on YouTube, so I am tweeting it out right now because he sent me the link.
Oh, good.
So at Matt Scraby, MATTSKRA.
He does a lot. He does podcasting with insight interviews into guys on that Aztec football team, and I assume there are many Aztec fans who would very much enjoy that. By the way, one last thing. Do you know who? And I think his name is Jose Miranda.
He's on my fantasy team now.
Oh, he is. You picked him up.
Yep.
All right. The reason I'm bringing him up is because he tied the all-time record for most consecutive hits. He had 12 hits and 12 at-bats. You remember earlier this year, Fernando made a little run at that. I think Fernando got 8, maybe 9. Well, Miranda got 12. He did it. He tied the record. And in the story, it said, Scraby, and I thought of you, he tied the record originally held by Walt Dropo and Pinky Higgins. And I knew you'd get a kick out of that.
I did. When I heard it, I was like, what are the odds that Walt Dropo is going to come up twice in maybe a month?
Yeah, and Pinky Higgins, both of them. They get recollected thanks to Jose Miranda getting 12 consecutive hits for the Minnesota Twins. All right, let's get into some traffic in today's Big Five.
From the 97.3 The Fan Traffic Center, here's Kelly Danick.
A couple of problems along the 15 in the North County. Got this hit-and-run crash on the Quino del Norte on-ramp to southbound 15. And Cordell traffic cam shows a collision on northbound 15 at Valley Parkway. Several vehicles, including a motorcycle, involved in this one. Everything is in the center divide. Also getting reports of a stalled vehicle in lanes on southbound side of the 805 right before Adams Avenue, clearing that over the right shoulder. I'm Kelly Danick with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
It's that time of the show when we check on the latest in sports. Only the most important topics and questions are brought to light.
Stop what you're doing and listen.
These news stories will astound and amaze you. The one, the only.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
The Big Five starts now on 97.3 The Fan.
All right. Let's get into it, Chris. I designed some of these questions with Tony in mind, and because I completely forgot that he was not going to be in today.
Anthony
That's
Gwynn.
on me, so you'll get my baseball opinions.
Number 5.
I know everybody wants those. I started reading an ESPN article this morning, Chris, that I had to pay for, and it was quite annoying that I had to read this through what I had to pay for it. And it was about all-star snubs, and in the course of reading this article, I learned some new stats, like Axe. Do you know what Axe is?
Nope.
Great, neither do I. And B-War. Do you know what B-War is?
I know there's F-War.
Okay.
There's regular war.
I've learned this.
But I assume since I hate war, that I probably would hate F-War and B-War, so I don't bother even, checking into those things.
All right, have you ever heard of WRC Plus?
Is that War Plus?
No, it's Weighted Runs Created Plus.
Oh, come on.
All right. WRC Plus and F-War come from Fangraphs. It's their own calculation. OPS and B-War comes from Baseball Reference. It's their own calculation. Had no idea we were talking about just different calculations. So Basically.
Well, excuse me, we had Matt Snyder on earlier, and he was saying that Baseball Reference's WAR calculations state that Jerickson Merrill, Jerickson Merrill, yeah, he's a good combo player. That Jackson Merrill and Paul Skeens have almost the same WAR.
Yes.
But some other WAR category might have that different.
For the most part, they're very similar, but they may be a little bit different.
Okay.
So, anyway, that's not what I'm going to ask you. But bottom line, there are tons of stats out there for baseball. Chris, in 50 years, what is one stat we will not be referencing anymore?
Batting average.
I almost thought the same thing.
I have a bad feeling somebody's going to come to the plate pretty soon, and they're just going to say, he's got 20 home runs, 90 RBIs, and his OPS is, 942. I don't know the batting average will keep existing. But a lot of this stuff is just... you know what? You're asking somebody who does this for a living, but I think a lot of these stats are just made up to be self-serving to the people out there trying to make a certain point.
It could be.
Do you know what I mean?
No, there are guys that will reference stats that I've never heard of just for the point of making their point.
Just to help them make a point. So, yeah, I try not to put too much into it. I probably would win my fantasy baseball league more often if I paid attention to all this stuff because I think it maybe means something. But I choose to just, feel a player is really good or really not good based on what I think, rather than having to go F WAR, B WAR, X WAR, WRC. Yeah.
I thought the first thing I thought of obviously was batting average, but since you already said that, I had to go quickly and think of something else. What about on base percentage?
I think that's going to always be big because that includes walks. And walks are a big analytical thing.
No, you're right. It's a true outcome. So
yeah,
it's
I mean,
one of the
I already
three true
don't.
outcomes.
I mean, in my fantasy baseball, I'm sure yours, we don't even use batting average anymore. It used to be a staple category.
We are using OBP.
We use OPS or OPS or OPB, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, that makes sense. What about the strikeout stat for a batter? Do we even care that they
How many strike out?
Yeah.
We do, but they don't.
Yeah, exactly. We're never going to talk about
the players themselves could care less how many times they strike out. It's pretty obvious. Tony, when he's on, he always tells us the story that he used to really hate walking that 15 yards back to the dugout. It was almost embarrassing to him.
Yeah, it would be embarrassing to me too, I would think.
Yeah, to these guys, not so much.
All right.
Number 4.
Now, Stephen Curry said he doesn't think there will be another dynasty in the NBA like the one the Golden State Warriors had.
Mm-hmm.
Curry, in the wake of Klay Thompson's departure last week to the Dallas Mavericks, told ESPN that he believes what the Warriors built with Thompson, Draymond Green, and himself is unlikely to be repeated. He said, obviously, defining a dynasty can take a lot of different looks. People thought this was over in 2019, but 2022 was an amazing championship because we defied the odds. That's 11 years of almost 12 years of championship relevancy built around a certain core. Duh. I don't think it will be replicated just because it's very hard to keep things together in this league. A lot more player movement. And he goes on and on, but that's about the gist of everything. So I'm up first. Do you agree or disagree with Steph? I disagree. Which is weird because Steph Curry is a professional basketball player. But I disagree with him because...
he's also God to somebody such as yourself who's a Northern California sports fan.
Yes, I do like Steph Curry. I do, but I'm not the biggest Warriors fan in the world. I mean, it was nice to see him win, but growing up, they were terrible, so I never got into them. But I disagree with him because there's easily going to be maybe a Kevin Durant that joins up with a team just to win a championship one year. And then he stays with the team, and then they got a dynasty. The Celtics, what if the Celtics go on this run right now and go on a dynasty run? They just won the finals. I disagree because you can't say never, basically. Chris?
Yeah, never's too long. I think when the Bulls did what they did, I don't think anybody thought we'd ever see another run like that. And I don't know, did the Warriors have the same run? 4 out of 6 for the Warriors?
Something like that.
4 out of 7. Great run. Dynasty. But somebody else will come along. You'll get the right mix of players, and they'll stay together for 3 or 4 years. And honestly, we overuse these words, dynasty, by a long shot, because I've already read a lot of people who think that the Celtics already are the next greatest team ever. And I'm like, what have they even done? Get out of here.
They won a title.
They won 1 title. Okay, but please don't put them in the great category yet. So I do think Steph's wrong.
Now, in the way
But
of
I
him,
get where he's coming from.
me too, because he said 11 out of 12 years.
I get where he's coming from, and I will add that I believe he would like to be right so that he's remembered as part of the last great dynasty. You know what I'm saying? It makes sense in that regard.
We actually have some good suggestions for the baseball stat we're not going to talk about in 50 years. From Taps, quality starts are going to be make wins for pitchers obsolete. So wins and losses for pitchers.
Okay.
Also ERA for pitchers. We could, because it's inflated by certain things.
I can't say that because I love ERA.
Me too.
It used to be my favorite stat of my life when I was pitching.
Well, you were a pitcher, yeah. So that makes sense. All right, so let's move on.
Number 3.
The Lakers announced Saturday, keep in mind, I wrote this for Tony. The Lakers announced Saturday that LeBron James signed a 2-year extension for $101.35 million that would take him through 23 seasons in the league, and it will edge out Vince Carter for the 22-year career record. That's a lot. The deal is approximately, get this, Chris, $2.7 million below the $104 million max. So LeBron James taking a discount. The contract includes a player option for the second season, which grants LeBron James a default no-trade clause by playing 2 consecutive seasons on 1-year guarantees with his veteran status. James's agent, Rich Paul of Clutch Sports, told ESPN last week that James would be willing to take a pay cut to help LA land an impact player in free agency by opening up the $12.9 million mid-level exception. Chris, is $2.7 million below the $104 million max for LeBron James make him a hero?
No.
Exactly.
Sounds like he wants to be a hero, but he's not.
If you want to be a hero, sign for $1 million a year. Yeah, of course, it's never going to happen, nor should he let it happen.
I'm not in the same business as you are.
I'm
of
not
hating
don't
LeBron
say that.
James. But on this one, you know, the people that are saying that LeBron James hired his own coach, the people that are saying he held the organization up to draft his own son, I get where a lot of those people are coming from. I do. I understand it. The son thing is it's almost hard to argue against that. He had to have input into the fact that his own son got drafted to that team. So if you're going to, hold him up for ransom and hate him for that, then you're gonna. But him taking a little pay cut to help the Lakers is it's a very fairly nice thing to do, but has no impact on LeBron James's life.
It's just,
I mean, they make
it's
so much
literally
money. Come on.
He probably has $2 million sitting in his garbage can right now. Maybe not, but you get what I'm saying. Like, $2 million is nothing for LeBron James.
He took a $2 million pay cut.
Basically, yeah.
So
$2.4 million.
Yeah. I'm not giving him any credit.
Well,
for
the
that.
article that got me to click was LeBron takes pay cut to open up money for additional roster spots or whatever. And I clicked it thinking, okay, he's going to be taking like a $50 million pay cut, $2 million. Rob Manfred right now is speaking at the Willie Mays Memorial, Chris. I hope he sounds better than this.
You thrilled our fans throughout the postseason with a great performance.
That's live from San Francisco right now.
You're mean.
I am mean. Okay, let's move on to the next one. That would be number 2.
Number 2.
2 months after missing the final 3 Clippers playoff games with knee inflammation, Kawhi Leonard is prepping with Team USA for the Summer Olympics in Paris. So what do the Clippers think about their often injured star? That's not me writing that. That was the article. Inviting more injury risk to play for another team. Are they concerned? He told reporters, quote, not really. They were positive about the situation. So yeah, they weren't too worried about it, end quote. He said that his knee has improved since the NBA postseason, leading to his decision to accept USA Basketball's invitation. And he said he took the time. He was able to turn around over the last 2 weeks. So he's out here now, and he's having a good time. I'm up first. Should the Clippers care about Kawhi Leonard playing in the Olympics? My answer is yes. They're paying his bills. I think that when you get injured in the playoffs and you miss a lot of time, your first, this is harsh to say, but your first responsibility should be to your employer. And Kawhi Leonard's been on these teams before, but if you can't stay healthy during the regular season and postseason of a basketball season, why are you going to risk injury by going to play internationally and maybe not be able to play for the Clippers again this year? So I say yes, the Clippers should have been concerned about this. Chris?
I would just say that in any contest between Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers are probably wrong.
Wait, what?
I'm going to say that any contest between Kawhi Leonard and the Clippers, that the Clippers are probably wrong. They're the Clippers.
Okay.
But I'm also going to answer on behalf of Tony since he's not here. And, players should go out and do what they damn well please and enjoy. And if it's not in his contract that he can't play in the Olympics, then he ought to be able to go out and do it.
Hey, Mr. Kawhi Leonard, come on into my office. If you get injured in the Olympics, would you forego the salary of the games that you don't play?
Well, but that's just a stupid question because he's not going to ever have to do that.
I know, but it's like I'm a player guy. I like when players get money. I like when they get their big contracts when they deserve it. But I'm also a team guy where if it doesn't seem fair that the team's paying this guy for doing nothing, then it's not fair that they're paying this guy for doing nothing.
I get what you're saying in a perfect world, but we're not anywhere close to that.
Good point.
Number 1.
All right, so we have some confirmed home run derby participants. Chris said a little bit earlier, but Royals shortstop Bobby Witt Jr. has announced he's going to be in the MLB home run derby here next week. He is from Dallas, so this makes sense for him to do it in front of his hometown crowd. Others involved, Gunnar Henderson, Pete Alonso, Alec Boehm, and then Marcell Ozuna has been added to the mix as well. So, Chris, with those guys in, I know what you're going to say. Are those good enough names for you to get to tune in for a second? See what's happening?
The only names that would be good enough would be Willie Mays, Hank Aaron, and Babe Ruth, and they're all no longer, unfortunately, with us, as Rob Manfred is making painfully clear during this ceremony.
But,
there aren't enough big names, no. I'm not going to watch the home run derby except for the fact that we'll be working that night and you'll have it up on the screen. So,
true.
We'll watch it, and every now and again, somebody will go, "Oh my God!" Like they've never seen a ball hit, deep into the stands.
It's
before.
in Dallas, so that's all the way to Oklahoma.
Oh yeah, it cracks me up every time. It's kind of like what the baseball home run derby is like to me. I just figured it out.
What?
I really did. It's just like fireworks. People see fireworks, and every firework is like, whoa, wow, hey, ooh. And I'm sitting there going, have you never seen a firework? This is what they look like. Same with the home run derby. Seen it a million times. Don't need to see it anymore. Sorry.
Okay, I'm
being,
that.
I'm being kind of, anyway.
Brandon puts on the chat for Chris Berman. Back.
That was
all
fun.
the way to Oklahoma City.
Yeah, that was fun.
What was the question? Are these guys going to get me to tune in? Yeah, I'm going to watch this.
What?
I'm going to watch this.
Damn. That means I got to watch it.
As much trash as I talk about other players, Pete Alonso, I got to give a little credit to because he does it every year. And I know that there's a little bit of Pete Alonso fatigue in the home run derby, which I understand. I'm kind of Pete Alonso fatigued myself. But the guy does it every year for the fans.
Yeah,
and I think that's awesome.
Should get a little credit for that.
Yeah.
Should get a little credit for that. But look, I don't like to watch the home run derby, but I don't like to watch fireworks either, but I end up watching them every year. So it's kind of the same thing, the way I look at it.
It was hard with the fireworks this year because it was kind of overcast, where I was at least.
Yeah, they're even worse when you can't see them at all.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Just the noise is not enough.
I saw this whole documentary on how they make fireworks. That's also very cool. Did you see what happened at the BYU football stadium? They shot off fireworks and they went crazy, and I'm not kidding. Like, fireworks shot into the crowd and injured people. So fireworks are dangerous too, Chris.
No truth to the rumor that I was the one shooting off those fireworks. Since I dislike BYU so much.
I don't know. Now we got to do some investigating.
I know. All right, final hour. We'll preview tomorrow's Padre game, maybe. And away we go with a happy hour. 5:01 is the time. Chris Ello. Tony Gwynn Jr., idle today. Matt Scraby alongside here. Odyssey Palace Studios, San Diego, California. Home of the Padres, who check in at 49 and 45. A cozy 4 games over 500, but coming off back-to-back losses to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Boo.
Yeah. Off today, Seattle Mariners coming in tomorrow. We'll talk more about that game tomorrow, beginning at 2 o'clock. Want to go over an article on CBS Sports with the trade deadline coming up. I'm going to give you the top names that are being rumored out there to be traded, and keep it all with a grain of salt, but names that have been mentioned and players that play for teams that are going to be likely to be making some trades.
Can I guess a few?
Sorry?
Can I guess a few?
Yeah, but not yet.
Okay.
Before we get to that, though, I'm doing that because, the Padres are going to certainly be interested in something. And with the thing happening with Darvish, I got to believe that a pitcher is on its way.
Yeah.
Before we get to that, though, this is a quick thing. Paul George was, quote, I say quote because he said this. Paul George felt disrespected. Disrespected because the Clippers wouldn't offer him a 3-year, $150 million extension like they gave Kawhi Leonard. They wouldn't offer him a 4-year, $212 million contract if there wasn't a no-trade clause attached. So he said on a podcast today, I never wanted to leave L.A., but I just thought it was all kinds of disrespectful. It's a business, so I'm like, whoa.
You reading me? Can you start over so I can get a clean clip?
So I'm like, whoa. Said George, that's crazy. Nah, I'm not signing that. And we work with Tony, so both of us have become much more conditioned to the fact that athletes should make as much money as they possibly can. Hundreds of millions of dollars if they can. The owners have the money to pay them or they wouldn't offer it. But having said that, just go out and make as much as you can without using the words like, I felt disrespected, that was disrespectful. Because frankly, when you're saying a $180 million offer is disrespectful, you're being disrespectful to all the rest of us. That's all I'm saying. I want Paul George to get as much as he can get. Just don't complain that an offer of $180 million is not enough. That I don't like. Right?
No,
you see what I mean?
I
want him to get the money, but let's leave that stuff out. Just
I guess in a
make
context,
the money you got to make and move on and take it, and off you go.
In the context of him talking about it, like he's made it, so to him that's a real thing. Like I could get the Supermax contract offer.
Yeah.
So I guess I understand what you're saying, but did he? Was it like context? Did you see what he actually said? Like, did you see him say it?
I'm just reading the quotes. No.
All right.
He said, so I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, you shouldn't say whoa, because...
Nah! I'm not signing that.
The problem is, I don't even think Paul George... Like, to me, Paul George is just a guy. I know he's not. I know he's not a guy.
He's so good.
He's good enough for a Supermax?
He's good. I don't know.
But he's not Supermax good. He's not Jason Tatum good.
Jason Tatum, I have one word for him.
What?
Overrated.
It's easy to say that after a guy just wins a championship.
I also saw somebody with a listing of the best players right now in the NBA. Who would you put at the top of that list? Best player in the NBA right now.
I'm going to say a guy, and I think you're leading me in a direction that's not him, but Ant-Man?
Oh, Ant-Man. All right. I don't think he's quite there yet. I think Jokic is probably the best. But
I just didn't want to say him.
The answer this was given was Luka Doncic. And I can't stand it when people tell me that somebody is the best NBA player and that player can't cover my grandmother on defense. I just can't deal with it. I love Doncic. Don't get me wrong. What he does, I'm amazed. I love it. But you cannot refer to him as the best player in the league when he can't guard anyone. The Boston Celtics won the National Basketball Association championship because they targeted Doncic on defense. That was the difference in the series. You can't be the best player if you can't guard anybody. You just can't. It's too big of a part of the game.
You have to be an overall player to be considered the best player.
There you go.
Like Steph Curry, best player.
Okay. He's the most remarkable shooter. There's no arguing that.
The Paul George thing, like we're seeing on the chat, Diesel said Paul George chokes and is injury prone.
Yeah. All right. Everybody chokes and is injury prone unless you win the National Basketball Association title and don't get hurt. Here's some of the names that are going to be traded or likely to be traded. Well, yeah, okay. You want to try to guess all 30?
Guessing? No, I mean, no.
I mean, I got 30 names here.
I'm going to start with Crochet.
Garrett Crochet.
Yeah, he's on the list.
He's on the list. Potential suitors, Orioles, Dodgers, Padres. Go ahead.
Pete Alonso.
Now, see, the list is too lengthy for me to go through and I'll find these guys. Give me a couple more, and then I'll let you know.
Now I'm going blank. Just tell me.
Yeah, it's not going to work.
Well, it would have worked, but now my mind isn't working.
It's not going to work this way on this particular game. Garrett Crochet is on here. Tarek Skubal.
Oh, yes.
Detroit.
Had a huge day yesterday.
This guy's Cy Young potential. I don't understand why the Tigers would trade him, because if and when the Tigers ever get good again, he would be a part of that.
Well, that's the thing, is that they're never good.
Well, all right. Luis Robert. See, Skuball's going to cost you everything, though.
Yes,
I'm sorry. I don't think the Padres are in for him. Luis Robert.
Will cost you everything.
He'll cost me too much, and is he better than what I have? I have 3 all-star outfielders already.
One of them's hurt, though.
Bo Bichette. Where's he going to go? And I'm not saying these are Padre, being all rumored to go to the Padres. I'm just saying names that could be traded. Bichette is not even a possibility for the Padres. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., same thing. No space. Zach Eflin, Tampa Bay Rays, right-hander. He's okay.
Yeah.
He's not going to move the needle, but he might pitch you a couple of ball games and help you win them.
He'll help you win, in the late stages.
Mason Miller, Athletics. I don't know.
His market has cooled a bit.
He's cooled a little. Are we better with him or just keeping Estrada in the 8th inning?
No, the A's already said.
Why give up something?
The A's already said they want, basically Jackson Merrill for Mason Miller.
Okay.
Not going to happen.
Nathan Eovaldi.
Okay.
I don't think Texas is trading him. They're not giving up yet. Randy Arozarena. Again, I'll go back to my outfield comment. Cody Bellinger. We didn't want him in the first place,
I haven't
did
even
we?
heard anything about him this year.
Isaac Paredes. Rays.
Is that how you say his name?
I think so.
Oh, my gosh. I've been saying it so wrong then forever. Paradise?
Maybe you haven't been saying it wrong forever. Maybe I'm saying it wrong.
We'll look it up later.
Right now. I have time to look it up now.
Isaac Paredes.
I think it's Paredes.
Oh, really?
Paredes. Yeah, or Paredes. So actually, I wasn't right either.
Paredes, you're right.
Paredes. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want him. I got a third baseman. Ryan McMahon, same. Got a third baseman. Jazz Chisholm, Marlins.
Yeah.
He seems like he would draw. I mean, he's a pretty good player, but he would draw away from the attention of this team, the chemistry that I like.
He has low VAR, vibes above a replacement.
Is that right?
Yes, he has low VAR.
Not fan. Jack Flaherty finally
that's the other one, yeah.
Finally bounced back to having a nice year, but he's had too many bad years. And he's still injury. He's still no. Eric Fetty, White Sox. We got guys better than him already. Jose Soriano, Angels, throws 99 miles an hour. So what?
So can Robert Suarez.
Carlos Esteves, Angels reliever. He's no better than a seventh inning guy. I'm not giving up anything for him.
But can't you get relievers for cheaper? Like, maybe the relievers are the way the Padres go here.
They need a starter. They're going to need a starter.
Tyler Anderson Wesley is saying on the chat.
Are you going with Adam Major the rest of the way?
No, I've told you. I am concerned every time he takes the mound.
Starter, yeah. Elias Diaz, Rockies. He won the All-Star Game MVP last year, if that's what you're after.
I am. So he should be on the team.
He should be on the Padres. Michael Kopech, White Sox. He can't get anybody out. I mean, this guy stinks.
Okay, I got a name from the chat. Kirby Yates.
Okay, I might get to him.
Oh.
Taylor Ward, outfield, Angels. Brent Rooker. We already tried him. Tommy Pham.
Oh, man, that name will never go away.
Here's another guy we already tried, but he's pretty good. He's been good this year, I'm telling you. Cal Quantrill.
Oh, I like Cal Quantrill.
And you could probably get him for not much. The Rockies are pretty stupid.
Yeah,
They don't know what's what's value.
You're like, this is a rock deal.
Hey, call Dick Montfort and tell him, you got a coupon to 1 month's worth of free food at Roberto's.
King Supers is their supermarket
King
in Colorado.
Supers.
I'm going to go, man.
I
King
love that
Supers.
name. I love that name. Austin Gomber, Rockies, not as good as Cal Quantrill. Tyler Anderson, there. Somebody brought him up.
Yep, Wesley
Potential suitors, Giants, Astros, Padres. There you go. I'll tell you, Anderson's been good, and he's pitched in this division and been good before for the Dodgers and the Colorado.
Well, didn't the Padres just see him, and he did a pretty good job against them?
He's been lights out all year. Done a nice job, Anderson. Lucas Urseg. He's the setup guy for the A's.
Honestly, never heard of that guy.
He's the setup guy for Mason Miller in Oakland. Tanner Scott, reliever, Marlins.
I don't know. We need a reliever.
Kirby Yates.
There you go.
Reliever, Rangers. Here's another one that we tried already. Josh Bell. It's so funny. These names just come around every year,
Poor, these guys just keep getting traded.
Just keep on getting traded.
They can't put down any roots anywhere.
Right. You wonder why some of these guys actually say, hey, I really want a no-trade clause because I'm just tired of this.
I'm tired of it.
Paul DeYoung is the last guy on the list. He's having a nice breakback season with the White Sox. But here's my thing about getting guys from the White Sox, and that includes Crochet, who I know people are kind of into.
What about Steven Wilson?
He didn't make this particular list.
All right.
Garrett Crochet. Here's my thing about getting guys from the White Sox. Doesn't mean it'll happen. But all year long, Garrett Crochet has been pitching with nothing at stake. Nothing. The White Sox suck. They're in last place.
You're kind of right.
They can lose every game. No one will
cares.
care.
Yeah. You pitch great, that's great.
And if you pitch great, terrific. You get, a little extra A1 sauce on your steak. But then you trade him to the Padres, and now every game he's pitching means the world.
It changes. His season outlook changes
That
real quick.
worries me.
That's a good point. I never thought about it like that.
I understand that almost everybody you would acquire at the trade line comes from a team that's not in contention. But a lot of the guys that aren't in contention have at least been in contention before. Garrett Crochet is really a concern to me. If he comes here, I'll root for him, of course. But the innings worries me, and the fact that he's been pitching with no stress at all worries me.
That's a good point. I didn't think about it like that, but you're right. I mean, you go from just who cares what you guys do?
Yeah, now all of a sudden the game
you
matters.
better win or else.
Yeah.
What about Nabil Krismat? He's in the minor league system.
You want to be interviewed by Sammy Levitt after the game. You better win this one.
Yeah, that's a big interview.
Not everybody just gets to do Sammy.
Did you see Sammy creeping on the field before the Manny Machado interview?
He was trying to stay out of the way.
He was. What about the kid who, so on Twitter, I put the kid who ran up to Manny with his phone after the...
What was that? The Yankee jersey guy who got tackled by Jim, the security guard?
Well, the security guard did a pretty good tackle.
I don't know if it was Jim, but it was one of those security guards,
Yeah.
and it was an excellent tackle.
I said jokingly, but people took it serious, that they should make these people go to a jail for 1 full year to make sure that they don't do something
about
like
2?
this. Oh, you
I got
want
no
more?
problem with it.
You got more. I get that this kid was excited, but Stop running on the field, people. They're going to ruin it for us. We're going to be put way up high, away from the field, so that no one can even access the field. Boom.
All right, I got a funny story when we come back.
I don't know.
It's about one of our all-time baseball players who many years ago we weren't really fond of. Wait till you hear what's happened to this guy and what happened to him today. It's a former all-star baseball player, I'll tell you that much, and we used to root against him. You're going to laugh heartily when you hear this next story after traffic.
From the
Here for the great folks at Spiro's Mediterranean Cuisine, Coronado, La Jolla, at the ballpark. That's right. You can get Spiro's at the ballpark. Get yourself an authentic gyros. Enjoy the game along with a brand new this year, the Horia Tiki Bowl. Spiro's right next to the Western Metal Supply Company, main concourse, third base foul line. That's Spiro's at the ballpark. In La Jolla, they got a new happy hour menu with items starting at just $6, draft beers at $5. Glass of wine, only $7. Coronado, great views of the Bay and downtown San Diego. And if you're planning any kind of party or special event, call Spiro's. Mediterranean Cuisine for catering. Maybe a rehearsal dinner, corporate event. Ask for April when you call Spiro's. She takes great care of you. I have personal knowledge of that. She did my birthday party a month or so ago. Actually, less than that, 2 weeks ago. Seems so long ago. Ask for April, and they'll plan your party, even go beyond the regular offerings on the menu. Generous portions, moderately priced, authentic, Greek, authenticity in every bite. It's Spiro's Mediterranean Cuisine. Enjoy. Chris Ello. Gwynn and Chris. Chris and Scraby. 5:23 is the time. I stupidly, under Scraby telling me not to, posted a political commentary just a little while ago on Twitter. I got the expected response from Jeff M. out there. Thank you, Jeff. Stick to whining about SD Sports. You've made a career of it.
Oh.
All right, I'll go back to that.
That's nice.
I'll whine about some SD Sports.
But that's just Twitter. It's not like you took the airwaves to complain. Like
I didn't.
Jeff doesn't need to look at your tweets if he doesn't want to.
That's right, Jeff. Don't look at them. Do you think out there that you, at some point in your life, have been governed by the worst possible mayor? See what my question is?
Yeah.
You're living in a city, they have a mayor. You think the mayor of that city is doing a horrible job. I believe that's happened in San Diego many times, actually.
I can name Bob Filner.
Okay, you're going to name Bob Filner. I didn't say to name names, but you just did. That's okay.
I mean, I think that's a pretty safe bet.
That's a pretty safe one. Anyway, if you ever thought that you've been governed by the worst mayor, chances are you actually haven't. Former Los Angeles Dodgers outfielder Raul Mondesi was sentenced today by a Dominican court to 6 years and 9 months in jail and fined over $500,000 for corruption during his time as mayor in the city of San Cristobal in the Dominican Republic.
Okay.
That's not very good mayoring, I would think.
No, it's not good.
Raul Mondesi played for the Dodgers, won Rookie of the Year in 1994, played in an All-Star game a year after that. 13 seasons, hit .273 with 271 home runs. Raul Mondesi, 53 years old, was accused of embezzling $5 million during his time as mayor and other transgressions. Mondesi spent 6 years under house arrest, which means his sentence has actually already been completed.
Great.
Yeah. But I just thought, who knew that Raul Mondesi ever went on to A, become a mayor, B, become the worst mayor in the history of mayors?
Do we know exactly what he did?
Embezzling. Dominican prosecutors brought several charges against Mondesi, including falsification of documents, criminal association, and when they don't know or you've done so much, they just use this word, malfeasance.
That is a blanket statement
just
of
means
criminal.
He was just kind of all over the map being a criminal. Yeah.
Malfeasance.
That was Raul Mondesi.
Life goals never be mentioned in the same sentence as malfeasance.
That's right. It's not going to be a good outcome. Anyway, I thought you guys would enjoy that
There are
story.
a lot of people that think the current mayor of San Diego is not very good.
In Raul Mondesi's league?
No.
Come
well,
on.
I don't know.
I don't know about
I don't think that, but
Yeah.
there's no corruption. Well, I don't know.
Well, hopefully there's not.
I keep saying things. And
Yeah,
I'm like, well, I don't know.
there's probably a lot of corruption out there. So I'm not saying one way or the other about any mayor. What I'm saying is that Raul Mondesi was not a good one.
No, probably
So,
not.
Apparently, at some point during his time as mayor, Raul Mondesi ran for the Senate as well. He bid for the Senate in after 2010, did not make it.
Oh, I'm so sorry for him. So he had to be.
This is a blanket statement about all senators.
Uh-oh.
Sound like you might have fit in. That's all senators. Don't be. Yeah. Everybody calm down.
Man, Chris is not going to be able to check his X app for
I know. I'm going to be
2 weeks.
That's okay.
You know, I
had something to tweet out, so I tweeted it out. Sorry.
Chris has been acting on impulses a lot lately.
Yeah. Here's Kirk Kenny.
Oh, gosh.
Kirk's not wrong. He said, I wish one of our mayors had only taken $5 million. Instead, we're settled with 101 Ash Street, which cost the city $130 million. Then there's always the Charger ticket guarantee, which we will probably never live down.
I remember it sort of. The Chargers.
Susan Golding? I think so.
I don't know.
I think that's her name.
That's yeah.
She did the ticket guarantee.
101 Ash Street. I think isn't that a building the city bought and they didn't do anything with it?
I'm not aware.
Are we a news talk sports show now, Chris?
No, Jeff M. would be upset if I don't get back to making a career out of whining about sports.
I think I know who Jeff
let
M.
me do
is
that.
on X, and I think he's the same guy who said that he hates me now. So
Oh, no. I hate to hear that.
I got into it with this weekend with
That's my department.
a burner. So
That's my department.
Yeah. You
hating
feel a little jealous.
Jeff
that
M. can't cut in on my action there.
Oh, this was the same guy who said that he was upset at Manny for blowing bubbles when he ran down the line.
Okay. Here's something that'll make you happy, Scrape.
What?
Guess who the Angels just activated today after 68 days off?
Rendon?
Anthony Rendon.
Wow.
He will bat leadoff tonight for the Angels against the Texas Rangers.
Over under 7 games played
Before he
he's
goes back on the injured
IL.
list?
I'm going to say just over.
I say over under 7 innings. 7 games might be a little heavy for Anthony Rendon.
Well, this was his way of playing a shorter season. Was hitting the IL. He did have an actual injury, so
Seems to do it every year.
I think he actually partially tore his hamstring, which sounds awful to be honest.
Right. Let's get to our interview earlier today. This is informative, actually sports-oriented interview.
Yes, stay with us.
With Matt Snyder of CBS Sports. I have a recommendation for everybody. Welcome back to Gwynn and Chris. Crisello, Tony Gwynn Jr., Idol. Today, back tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Scraby's here as well. He's coming up on the Scraby Chronicles at 6 o'clock.
Get ready for a Paul Skeens media rant. And you just heard why.
Are you going on for the whole hour, or are you going to bring anything else to the table?
I'll bring other stuff to the table,
Okay.
but
Here's a suggestion, a recommendation.
Okay.
MLB Network here for the last 45 minutes to an hour, Scrape?
I think more.
Longer. Has been carrying the Willie Mays ceremony up at what's the name? Oracle Park.
Yep.
It looks amazing. We have the sound down, so I don't know what everybody's saying. But, in the passing of Willie, I mean, President Clinton's been up there. I'm trying to put these all in the same category. Joe Torre's been up there.
I got to know why Clinton was there.
Well, Willie Mays is a national treasure, I think.
But Willie Mays didn't even play while he was president.
Well, all right. With all due respect, I don't know that we can resurrect any of the presidents who were there when he was playing.
Good point.
Supposed to get Woodrow Wilson out here?
I love that you pulled Woodrow.
What do you want me to do? Clinton was pretty much our only option.
What about Taft?
Yeah, Taft would have been a tough get as well. Anyway, I'm just recommending if you get a chance to watch some of the clips of it. It looks like it's really been an amazing ceremony and a who's who of obviously the baseball world and beyond to recognize the great Willie Mays. All right, 5:37 is the time. We're going to check some traffic. When we come back from that, we'll have an interview that Scraby and I did just a little bit ago with the outstanding and excellent Matt Snyder of CBS Sports, talking everything baseball.
From the
Right before Balboa, collision involving a couple cars there over the right shoulder and crash on the coastline, northbound 5, right around the fairgrounds. This one has got the slow lane blocked. I'm Kelly Danik with Gwynn and Chris, San Diego's #1 sports station, 97.3 The Fan.
All right, one of our favorite interviews on this program, talking baseball, is Matt Snyder from CBS Sports. And I say that because he just so happens to be on the air right now. I don't say that only because he's on the air. I also say it because I really do like chatting with him about the national pastime. Matt, thanks so much for taking some time. How are you? Everything good?
Yeah, I'm great. About a week until I'll be headed to the All-Star game, so good times.
Always fun. The All-Star game, I think, that's the part we don't get. It's just how much fun it is for everybody to go, be there, the event. I know teams, front office people don't get a chance to see each other all year, get together at the All-Star game. Is the All-Star game the unofficial place where some of the trade talking begins?
I don't know about that. I've never heard anything like that it's special for that or anything. And I mean, in this day and age, that's why I always think that the winter meetings have gotten to the point where it's kind of worthless because people talk with technology all the time these days. But I guess it is better to meet face to face. So I suppose it's possible. We've seen deals come together shortly after the All-Star game. Remember Manny Machado to the Dodgers? That was pretty quick. Like from the Orioles to the Dodgers, that was pretty quick, like right after the All-Star game. So, yeah, I suppose it's possible. I'd never even really thought about that before.
Yeah. One thing we always think about this time of year once the All-Star selections are announced are some of the snubs. And you wrote about that today in CBSSports.com. One thing you didn't have to mention in your article was any Padres getting snubbed. We got everybody and then some to the All-Star game. Were you a little surprised that the Padres ended up with 5? I mean, we're kind of in the same neck of the woods as the Phillies and Dodgers with that.
Yeah, not really, because if you look at the individuals who all made it, they're all worthy. So it's not like anybody who's kind of out of whack and they don't deserve to make it. It just so happens that they're a pretty top-heavy team this year. And even if you lumped in players that are generally all-star caliber, like Manny Machado, Xander Bogaerts, there's a lot of star power on that team. It's just kind of thin. I didn't think, like I said, I thought they all deserved to make it. So I didn't have a problem with it at all.
Even Arise, because I've seen some, maybe it's the analytic people who want to pick on Arise because he, doesn't put up the power type numbers.
Yeah.
I love to watch this guy hit, so I'm happy he's in the All-Star game. But do you think that people who have a gripe, do they have a real gripe or no?
He would be the one where possibly you could argue against that. I'm trying to think of who, if Christian Walker should probably be on the team, but I would have Christian Walker before Pete Alonso, for example. I think it makes the team more well-rounded. I'm sure that it's completely driven by batting average, and there are a lot of people who don't like bothering with batting average at this day and age. I still maintain that, well, it's the third most important rate stat because it's not as important as on-base percentage, it's not as important as slugging percentage. It's still important. And when the league average isn't down in the 240s and you've got a guy hitting over 300, he's valuable. So I think you can justify it.
Talking to Matt Snyder, CBSSports.com here on 97.3 The Fan. Now, Jackson Merrill, it was a nice surprise for us all here in San Diego to see him make it to the All-Star team. And it's not like he's just being thrown in because he's a rookie and they need his name out there. Do you think he was, A, deserving of an All-Star spot, and B, what have you thought of his season so far?
Yeah, he was definitely deserving. I mean, I think maybe you could make an argument for Brandon Nimmo over him or something, but that's unexciting there. And I don't think that you should change your criteria or anything to make room for something like this, but I think you've got to give him credit when he'd never played center field before this season and he learned it on the fly in the spring, and then to be in double digits in home runs and stolen bases, that's a well-rounded player right there. So I am perfectly good with him being on the team. Even if he was one of the last guys taken, I like having him there. I think it's a good selection.
Matt, I don't know if you heard, he's the first Padre rookie ever to make the All-Star team.
Ever?
Yeah.
No, I did not hear that.
That is crazy. I thought for sure. I had just thought off the top of my head that Benito Santiago, who was a Rookie of the Year back in the day, had made an All-Star, but apparently not. So, just a little
didn't he have a long hitting streak? Maybe his hitting streak was after the All-Star break.
It must have been after the All-Star break. Absolutely, yeah.
That's one thing that sticks out in my mind as a kid was the long hitting streak, and he was Rookie of the Year. So, yeah, I would have thought that too.
Yeah, Jackson Merrill's the first. There are 32 guys that are first-time All-Stars overall, and probably a few more will be added, in the days to come. Does that tell us anything? What it tells me is that guys are better sooner than they ever were before.
Yeah, I think so. It probably started back in 2011 with Mike Trout, Bryce Harper, Manny Machado all coming up together and kind of taking the league by force. And then it continued with Ronald Acuna Jr. and Juan Soto at such a young age. And now it continues up through this generation. Guys, like you said, they're better than ever at a younger age. But also there's veterans in there that are first timers like Seth Lugo and age 34 putting it all together. So there are good stories sprinkled throughout in terms of a broad takeaway. Other than the players are better than ever at a younger age, no, not really. It's kind of a coincidence, I think, like I said, because you mix in guys like Lugo, who are first-timers as veterans, or Jurickson Profar, for example, just putting it all together finally after all these years. We just had a lot of stuff coincidentally happen this season.
It is true. There has been a lot of stuff that's happened. And you just mentioned Jurickson Profar. We're talking to Matt Snyder of CBSSports.com. And I was saying this on Friday. It seems like Jurickson Profar is annoying to everyone except for Padres fans because it seems like everyone has an issue with something that he does, whether he runs around the bases too slow or he celebrates a walk-off hit too much. What are your thoughts on Profar? Do you think he's kind of annoying?
No, not at all.
Good.
And I'm not a Padres fan, so there you go.
There we go.
I have not heard of this annoyance. No, when he's not running the bases as fast as he's protecting from injury right?
Thank you.
Yeah. And when the celebration thing is absolutely nonsense because not everybody, but a lot of guys celebrate. That's weird. Though I think what sums up Profar to me, the way he's put everything together this year, and they've needed him because Machado started slow, Bogarts went down, Tatis is down right now. He had to step up, and he's stepped up and then some. But a perfect illustration for me is that game last week, Wednesday or Thursday. No, I think it was Friday.
When he tied it up in the bottom of the ninth?
When they brought in Robert Suarez. Yeah, and he gave up the grand slam, and then he gave up that 2-run bomb to Randall Grichuk, and then Profar led off the bottom of the ninth with that home run. It's like that was a perfect illustration of what he's meant to this team. It's when everything else goes wrong, there's Profar right there to pick everybody up.
Yeah, I said the same thing about Profar. I don't think he's the MVP of the league, but he's done MVP-type things. You know, those are kinds of things that happen. Let's go real quick back to Jackson Merrill. Paul Skeens is a revelation. The fans in San Diego are already mad because they think Jackson Merrill's going to lose the Rookie of the Year to Paul Skeens. I don't know if they'd be right to be mad, but how do you see that, or is it too early to tell? Because Skeens seems like he's almost a gimme.
Yeah, it's probably too early to tell because Skeens has only had 10 starts. By the end of the year, you don't know, are the Pirates going to shut him down? Are they going to limit his workload? They were handling him with kid gloves at the start of the year. So it's hard telling how much of a workload he's going to have. But let's say if he ends up around 100 innings, gosh, it's awfully tough for me to give it to a pitcher with only 100 innings, you know?
Oh,
but if he gets up to like 135 to 140, he's probably going to have so much value there that you'd have to give it to him over Merrill. It'll be interesting to see how both play in the second half, and again, how much workload the Pirates allow Skeens to take on. But Skeens obviously would be the sexy pick. It seems like that's all anybody wants to talk about, and he might start the All-Star game, which would be amazing. He's the first ever guy to be drafted number 1 overall and then make the All-Star team the very next year. So that's a heck of a story. It's only 10 starts. It's not even 60 innings. So what kind of workload is he going to end up with?
This is why I love Matt. He has everything in perspective. Because
we have a chance for Jackson Merrill to still win because there's people like Matt out there.
Exactly. and I saw this. I got a newsletter every day from a baseball site, and it said Paul Skeens. It was going through all the big things he's done so far this year, and it said struck out Ohtani on 3 pitches over 100 miles an hour. No one talks about the next at bat when Ohtani took him deep for a 2-run shot. I don't understand. I mean, I do understand the Paul Skeens
He's 5-0 with a 2-something ERA.
And you know
He's
what?
doing okay.
For the Scraby Show, I'm going to go over his run support because he's getting help from the run support as well, Chris.
Okay, all right. All right.
So I was curious to see. Obviously, anybody who says that people think WAR is the only stat that matters, that's nonsense. It's just a tool. It's a catch-all. They're in essentially a dead heat in WAR right now. BaseballReference.com's version, Jackson Merrill's 2.5 WAR, Paul Skeens is 2.6. So if somebody was looking at that, they're in a dead heat.
All right, real quick, Matt, trade deadline? If you're the Padres, you just had a nice run. You won 12 out of 15 games, but you also just heard that Yu Darvish is on personal leave and may not be back at all. We don't even know. And some of these teams in the wild card are 2-3 games behind. A couple of them are going to make a run. So the Padres probably have to do something, don't they? And if so, would it be a tinker thing, or do you think that they can pull off something big? I mean, A.J. Preller, I guess we never know.
He's a mad scientist. So, yeah, if you look at the construction of the roster, you have to be all in. Right, you have to pretty much do whatever you can to make the playoffs and hope that they make a deep playoff run. Otherwise, what are we even doing with all these huge contracts? And I know they traded Juan Soto 1 year away from free agency, but still, the rest of the makeup of the roster says win now. Look, we just saw the Diamondbacks make the World Series from 84 wins last year. The Padres team 2 years ago was maddeningly inconsistent, and they never got Tatis back, and they were waiting all year for that. And they ended up in the NLCS. So they know all too well that all you've got to do is make it there, and then anything can happen. So I think they've got to be all in. It's so hard to find the sellers right now. Like, I think that the Blue Jays and Tigers have probably fallen enough down that you can say they're sellers. But, and we see a report about the Rangers, maybe they'll be sellers now. But above them in the American League, the Rays are too close, even though they just traded Savale. That was to make room for Shane Baz. But there's 9-10 teams in contention. On the National League side, the Cubs have the 3rd worst record after the Marlins and Rockies, who are obvious sellers. But the Cubs are 5.5 out. It's kind of hard to sell when you're 5.5 out. I think the Nationals seemed like they would be a seller, but they're only 5 out. So it's going to be tough because there are teams, let's say the Orioles, for example, if they decide to flex their muscles, they have so much more prospect depth than the Padres do, and they desperately need starting pitching and bullpen help. So, it's going to be tough out there.
I think that's kind of what baseball had in mind, by extending the wild card to keep more people in it and keep there from being a bunch of sell-offs in the month of July. Matt, always great talking to you. Enjoy the All-Star game and the festivities next week. And I can never thank you enough for consistently coming on our show and making time for us. We really do appreciate it. Thanks again, and look forward to talking to you soon.
All right, sounds good. Have a good one.
Matt Snyder, getting it done.
Getting her done.
Getting her done. All right, we got a couple of minutes left here, Scrape. What's coming up on the Chronicles, other than you're ripping on Paul Skeens for no apparent fault of his own?
I'm not ripping on him. I'm ripping on the media. I'm also going to, I just found this article about LeBron James talking about his son, Bronny, and I find it very interesting.
Really?
Because they asked him, how is Bronny handling the nepotism, trash
angle?
Talk? Yes. And he said, Bronny doesn't care, which I think is a good thing for Bronny, that he doesn't care. But it's very interesting because LeBron said that in the early part of his career, like his first couple years in the NBA, he had a hard time with trying to make everyone like him. And so he said that his son's much different than he is because he's able to block it out and LeBron wasn't able to block it out. And I think Bronny does have tools like that can help him, like watching his dad go through an entire career and be in front of the media all the time.
You know what I think?
What?
I don't think Bronny James is ever going to play. Like, other than the fact, 60-point blowout. He's going to be the 14th guy or 15th guy in the roster, no matter how much LeBron wants that to be different. He's not better than
I don't think
the other 12 or 13 guys are going to be on that team.
If LeBron is mad that his son is not getting playing time and he doesn't deserve playing time, that's a weird thing to go down. That's a weird route to go down.
Well, I don't think it'll happen, but that's a position LeBron James has put himself in. He asked for this.
Yeah.
Right? The Lakers did not scout Bronny James and go, hey, think we've got ourselves a jewel here that no one else will pick.
I mean, he's the most famous 55th overall pick ever.
The Lakers told other teams not to select him. He wouldn't sign. Or the agent did.
Yes,
on
that's
draft
true.
day.
Yeah, because he would. Yeah, he's not going to sign. He might even go to Australia to play professional basketball.
He would go to the moon if you drafted him. Stupid Bulls got Chris Duarte and 2 second-round picks.
I have no idea who those guys are.
For DeMar DeRozan.
You were just saying to me a couple weeks ago that DeMar DeRozan you didn't think was like a franchise changer.
It's worth a whole lot more than what I just said.
That's true.
He's been an all-star 16 times.
And he is his daughter the one that screams?
Yes.
Okay.
You didn't like that. You're upset by that.
I didn't say anything about her. I was just making sure I had the right guy.
Am I correct that the NFL's preseason schedule starts a month from today?
Maybe the Hall of Fame game.
Hall of Fame game's before that.
Really? A month from today?
Hall of Fame game is August 1st. That's way less than a month.
Wow. Time is flying.
Give me a little football.
Da, 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 da.
Give me some Scraby Chronicles. That's next. Gwynn and Chris tomorrow at 2. See you then.